Oh, sorry for the delay there. I was quite sure I clicked go live and I didn't. And I was talking to myself for the last 10 minutes. Jeez. Sorry about that. You didn't miss much. I had to fight with my microphone and all that. Sad. Oh, and good news, Dr. Overkill. You pretty much won the horse race. So it's settled with you winning it, which is odd, but yeah, you did. So I'm gonna have to, just to be fair, because I did it to Stacy. You're now a 4-time winner, so you're now the new crown champ. You just overtook Zeus, and because Zeus had 3. No, wait, Zeus has 4. Now you're tied with Zeus, right? No, did you have 2 or 3? This is your 3rd. Okay, now you're tied with Zeus. Zeus overtook you at 3rd, right? You need 1 more, and then you're the crown champ. Okay, so now you're tied with Zeus. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, anyways, I'm giving it to you because it ended up being you after. But going forward, we're going to have to establish whatever we figure out at the end of the day is what it's going to be. Because if not, we're going to have to keep adjusting it in the morning. And it's like, all right, fuck this. Because I want to be the fairest price. You won by basically 2 cents. But yeah, we can't help it because the market has to settle sometimes. And it's like, fuck it. So what I was saying earlier, before too much goes by, we're in that pennant, and the top is we don't know. Well, the top is pretty good, but the bottom we don't know. It's not that great because it's not enough data points. So if it gets below like 54, we'll have to start paying attention. If it's above 54, we're just going to let it ride, and hopefully we'll break out of the channel. The pennant, which is kind of a downwards channel. If the bottom's not good, we can kind of treat it as a channel. So I'm just going to zoom out and draw that real fast because we're awfully close to it, just because it's getting long in the, well, not the week, but the month, I guess. Yeah, since this is a month-long pennant, basically. So we can draw this guy, and we can take a more aggressive one using this guy. Yeah, which is what we're coming up on. So this one here, right, makes for a good pennant, right? This bottom here, I don't really like it. Even though you can kind of make a pennant, it's kind of wish-washy. I would say there's more of a channel here. So basically you have something like this, a channel, and you're floating kind of upwards between these 2 lines, not a giant pennant. But we'll just leave it up there. So this line we're never going to hit. If we hit that line, we've already passed any pennant line. I mean, if we go up to 66, we're going for a run. That's a guarantee. We're well over our highs. We're inches away from breaking a new high. So that's a no-brainer. We don't need that line. These give us a good reference of, we're playing it tight. So if we break under our tight support line, that's going to cause problems. And then this one, basically, this is the lowering of tolerance of low numbers over time, which is correct. And then this is the lowering of what is needed to break out or break down over time. So you don't need as much of a movement because people are waiting and they're coiled spring. And here you don't need a big enough number to drop because they're like, look, we're not going anywhere. So if we get here, I'm going to get out because I've gone sideways for way too long and this is bullshit, blah, 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 blah. Although it does look like we are about to break the first pennant. So this, if this happens at 56.98 approximately, that will be our first boost. And the nice thing is these 2 are together, very close. So if we boost hard, which is about to happen in 8 cents, we may even jump 80% of the way there. And if we can get over 60 with our boost, or 50-cent boost, then we're going to run. Because we don't know exactly where this line is. It can be plus or minus, 10 cents or so, depending on how badly I drew it and how real it is. Oh, fuck me. I just dragged this line. Okay, give me a second here. Okay, hopefully that's correct. Okay, so let me just double check. I'm pretty good at clicking these lines from a distance. Jesus, like a champ. Fucking nailed it. I always impress myself. Well, I used to suck like balls. Now I'm good at it. I can see, I'm like sitting about 5 feet away from my monitor. It's a 4K 28 inch and it's running in the corner of that monitor. So I can barely see the sticks. Like I have to squint. I can't see them. So I'm just like, okay, it's here, click. Yeah. So damn, not bad. All right, so we'll let this ride. I'm just going to go try to hook up the squirrel cam. It's running, but I need to figure out how to put it in OBS. Oh, actually, I know how to put it in OBS. That should take 4 seconds because I can just treat it like a web page. Yes, I got this. Squirrel cam. I got this. As requested a long time ago by the fans. Currently, no squirrel on the squirrel cam. Okay, let's try this out. Studio. Okay. Display capture, window capture. Window capture. Or actually, no. Let's do browser. That's even better. Haha. That's a direct link to the camera video stream. Okay, let me just get this really big because I need to see if it's actually working. Give me half a second. Just need to see if there's any movement. Those trees moving? I see no movement, so it may not be working. Okay. Well, we'll just leave it up like goodbye heat map. We don't need that. And there's squirrels to be had. Or actually, even better. I gotta watch what I click. There, make good use of this corner. Okay. Sweet. All right, I'm gonna go wave at it, and you guys can let me know if motion appears. Oh, actually, there's a dog moving. Is that showing up? Hold on. Yep, the dog's... Oh, that's a person. Yeah, okay, that one works. Sweet. Okay. Whatever. That'll do. Okay. Oh, I have many squirrel friends, and no, they don't have names. I just refer to them as boy. Squirrels respond to... I've had squirrels for years as pets, kind of. Ooh, nice. Just outside of my apartment here in Ottawa, Canada. But the squirrels respond to high-pitched noises, like... And you have to keep their attention. They run on like a higher frame per second than normal humans. We run about an attention span of 30 seconds to 3 seconds. After 5 seconds, we start to look around like something's happening. Which is why if you watch a TV show, they'll switch the frames every 5 seconds if they want to add suspense. And if they want to be action, they switch every 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, switch. But the squirrels are like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So you have to constantly keep their attention, or they get scared by other things like birds, cars, whatever. So as long as you just talk to them in a high pitched tone or a chattering tone and quickly, just keep making noise, then you can keep their attention, communicate with them, and calm them down. Because squirrels are always paranoid, like they're very tense, worried. They're hardly relaxed. But once they feel safe, then they start to relax. Then they don't require so much attention grabbing. Anyways, So yeah, I have a pack of squirrels. I've been here 8 years. I think I've gone through 4 generations of squirrels. They generally last about 10 years in the wild. Or sorry, 1 year in the city, 10 years in the wild, because they get ran over by cars. But I do have a gray squirrel I've seen for years. And I've seen the descendant of the gray squirrel and the black squirrel. They had like 5 or 6 kids following them at one point. And now I got some assortment of children. I got 3 black squirrels. One of them recognizes me from when he was a baby. If he sees me anywhere, he comes running towards me. But the rest of them are kind of scraggly. They look like they're this year's batch, or this winter's batch. I don't know. So like they're thin, small, lanky, which means they're young generally, or starving, but the squirrels here aren't starving. But anyways, we should get a squirrel come by. There is construction outside that probably keeps the squirrels away, but they'll smell the food and the water and they'll come eventually. Yeah. Yeah. So, we're on the 10-minute chart. Sorry about that. Let's go back to the 1-minute chart. I didn't realize it switched over when I was looking at it earlier today. But yeah, we're starting to ramp up. So, oh yeah, it's when I clicked the 1 month or that's why it went up. Yeah, I forgot about that. Anyway, so we're doing good. So we're not in breakout territory. So this line here isn't correct. Yeah, see? Not right. So let me adjust. Okay. I was so proud of my lines, but I think that those lines were on the 10-minute chart. So they're a little inaccurate when you come back to here. Good to go. Okay. So the breakout would have been here. Yeah, see how there's a hesitation? So that's telling us that is where the line should be. So that doesn't count as a data point. And this is where it should be. So going forward, this line is now going to be much more accurate because the stock market told us, oh, Jesus, I need to adjust. It told us where the line should be. Where's the other dot? Here it is. Come here. Yeah, so you're looking for hesitation. And then that's also going to tell you that there's a support line here, right? That we're now going to bounce into, which is what you're seeing right now. So see how it's hesitating? It's because there's a line here now that you can see it. But if you didn't have the line, you can see that tells you there's something there. It's going, it's going, it's going. It hits a speed bump, right? It's going, it's going. It slows down. Why did it slow down? Well, these guys, right? It's breaking over a new high. There's hesitation. Fuck it. We're doing it live. Now we're slowing down again. But we come out strong. Okay, so another speed bump, right? So easy peasy. And see, we bounced off the line, bounced off. Or we're going towards the line, bounced off. There you go. So now it's a question of, can we get over the line? Judging by the size of this red, that's kind of a rubber band. You can ignore it. But judging by these reds, they're all tiny. So we're still going to go up. This here is elongated because there was a little bit of red. Actually, there was some green because it went red, pushed, red slapped it, but it was just rubber banding it back to the line because it went through it too quickly, right? So, or potentially too quickly. We say too quickly, but it's up to the market to tell us what it wants to do. We try to preempt the market, but at the end of the day, the market does what the market's going to do. So whatever the hell you think is irrelevant. If the market thinks it's going to be $200 tomorrow, it's $200 tomorrow. Now, of course, the market is a consensus of a whole bunch of hive mind individuals, right? So if 50% of them want to go to 100, but the rest don't, then the collective market is going to struggle and fight it out, right? And so the market may want to partially go to 100, but the majority may not want to. So it'll attempt, but it'll get shut down. But at the end of the day, you can summarize that big conflicting mess down to once it decides what it's going to do, it will do it. And there's nothing you as an individual can do to stop it because you are one of millions. So if you go rogue, you're punished. Now, if you represented millions and you went rogue, you wouldn't be punished. Well, the SEC might come after you, but the point is, right? the market does what the market's going to do. It's not 100% accurate, but it's accurate from the perspective of you as an individual with not billions of dollars to manipulate the market. So get with it or get ran over, basically. But yeah, so this is a bit more of a bounce than it should be. So this might be more of a retraction. So it tried, kind of ran out of steam. It's still a little early in the day for it to run out of steam, but we'll see. Excuse me. Yep, you can agree with yourself. You caught me on that one, Dr. Overkill. Yeah, it was a 10-minute chart. Just a little backlog there. Right now I'm on the 1 minute where I like to be. Yeah, I guess if you find yourself too jumpy with stocks, playing on a larger minute scale would make you a little less jumpy because the patterns would form much slower and negativity when it happens is less abrupt. So if you can't handle the minute chart, then yeah, zooming out might help. But if you're here to make money, I rather see the car wreck the millisecond it happens. Ticks are not very helpful, like what I have running on the middle of the screen there at the bottom, just because it's too close. You have no perspective of change because you can see it moving, but you can't compare that against the past. And so you need a little bit of distance just so you can see the support and resistance lines of the past. Now, if I had a big enough monitor, maybe I could do ticks as long as I could have, so much on my screen, right? But then you'd be shifting your head all the time. So, the 5 seconds aren't so bad. But we have the minutes, and 5 seconds and minutes are pretty close to each other. But I just put the ticks down there so you can get a feel of how it moves. Like, look at how it's now just taking a diagonal, right? So you see what I mean by commitment? So it's wiggling back and forth, but when it's committed, you see the volume ramps up, it picks a direction, and it just fucking does it, right? There's no negativity. It's just go, 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 go. Now there is red in there, or it would have just flew off the handle, but the green was consistently overpowering the red. And even when the red ramped up, it overpowered it. And that little jump you saw there was probably when red let go. So right here is when red probably let go. So green jumped. Then red came in and pushed it down. So in the end, it didn't mean much, but that's the start of a run. You see the volume ramps up. Oh, you can't see it anymore. The volume will ramp up consistently and you'll head in a direction. So here's the opposite. See, the volume's ramping up, but you're going down, right? So if that doesn't get countered right away, which it did, then it would start increasing the volume and then you'd go into a rout, which is a bull run in the wrong direction. But something to keep in mind. Yeah, I know you like the larger minute charts, but Cedra. But yeah, I'm a minute man. I can trade in. I like the 30-second charts are nice too. But for AMC, we don't move that quick. Some days we do, but we really don't. That's more for currency. When you're trading the pennies, you need to have motion. 1 minute is slow enough. Plus, this thing won't let me do 30 seconds. I think this one will. No, it does 5 seconds and minutes. I used to do 30 seconds. I don't know on who, but it was pretty good. Half a minute, or no, 3 times a minute. No, it's half a minute. Half a minute, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's you, Cedra. That's fine. You do you. But yeah. Yeah, he doesn't even use one mint. Apply rectally? The hell is this? It's the wrong kind of mint. Ooh, that would be a fun product. Rectal mints. It tastes like shit, but it'll make your breath fresh. Or no, makes your toots fresh. Oh, sorry. Oh, you're right. It is stuck. Why is it stuck? There we go. Sometimes it sticks when Windows lets go of the window. There we go. I have to make sure it's in the foreground. Yeah, because these are all like my screen is divided by a whole bunch of windows. I got like 12 windows open and it's all chopped up. And so if Windows forgets about them, actual Windows, they lose control of them. So I have to bring them to the foreground. It's part of their, I guess, reducing battery life on laptops. But I'm like, bitch, I'm on a desktop. Fuck it. But I guess it also saves CPU power for crap running in the background. I don't know. I really don't care. Just give me the performance. All right. I'm going to go see if I can attract a squirrel. Oh, yes, we've established that the camera works. I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, I'll go see if I can find a squirrel. So basically, I'm waiting for it to basically break through this green line. It looks like it still will. And then we have to just pay attention 10:30, which this time I'm going to put a line so I don't friggin' miss it. So we'll probably ebb and flow out for 10:30. So if we do this, let's say something like that, right? And then off we go again, or like this. But judging by it's a Monday, I expect us to go up. So I think that's going to be our next run. BRB. Yeah, no squirrels to be found. They're probably taking their midday nap. They'll be by usually in the next hour. They're out in the early morning and then they come out around noon again and then just before evening doing their squirrel laps. Oh, excuse me. All right. Well, what else can I do while I wait for this to do its thing? Oh, yes. I got some wiring to do. Yeah, so my health has been a little bit better the last, let's say, 2 days. So I've been seizing the opportunity to work on some of my microcontroller projects, some of my social projects in the city. So the Squirrel cam is actually part of a pothole detector. So that little camera will scan the road in front of buses and then detect potholes using machine vision. Right now it's not doing any detecting and it's streaming for squirrels. What a time to be alive. You know, light comes into this little green box, gets transmitted over some wires, processed, sent over a modem, flies over the internet, distributed across God knows what, and ends up on your screen, reconverted into light, transmitted to your brain, well, to your eyeballs, then to your electrical signals to your brain. It's like, Jesus, it's insane. In all in like a matter of milliseconds. Oh, sorry, no, actually it's 8 seconds we found is the lag time. So all in a matter of seconds. But the real lag time is YouTube. If you were directly connected, you'd see it in near real time. YouTube's the real lagger here. But damn, what a time to be alive, eh? And soon with quantum entanglement, you'll be able to talk to people regardless of distance. Like, oh, lordy. It's going to be crazy. Technology. Is Y and J close to each other? A little bit. Well, no one here is going to get dinged for giving financial advice. If you take your advice from a random stranger, that's partly your problem. I don't know anything about BlackBerry to tell you. I would say there's no rush in buying AMC. Not until we get over that green line. Actually, we might break down here, so I'm going to bail. Okay, I got out before this gets any bigger. Just because we might have a technical breakdown. Yeah, made a nice $800. Not bad. So I went from one Wendy's burger yesterday to affording a combo. Yes. I'm now a tenth of the way. No, not even. A fifth of the way. Nope, wrong way. A 20th of the way back to having all my money. I can do this. 20 more wins and I got this. Oh, and actually, it is. I got more money to transfer over. I can do that. Yeah, I'm a little discombobulated this morning just because I was busy trying to work on the GPS module. And then I had to fight with the microphone, and that took a while. Normally, I try to sort out my day before I just stream. That way I don't seem so loopy. Because I'm not trying to juggle 100 things. Who just paid me? Oh, my insurance just paid me again. Yes. I have even more money. Ah, life is good. When's the end of the month? Oh, 2 days. Okay, I'm going to actually let this money sit till next month. Balls. Yeah, because basically if I transfer it to US dollars, I lose 2.5%. I can generally make that back, but I'll need that money back, right? So I don't want to take a friggin' 5% hit for 2 days worth of trading. So I'll just let it sit. Okay. Perfect. Okay, things are going good. Can you hout out? Oh, shout out. Sure, I'll let you know when we get back to the green line. I can do that, Freedom. Well, I wouldn't say no rocket fuel. The overall market is red. So we're actually doing pretty good. We're up 5% when the market is down 0.3. So anything over 5% is like nuclear apocalypse. Well, no, anything 15% is nuclear apocalypse. Anything over 5 is alarm bells, big time. So the Dow is, you know, nowhere close to that. I guess it's a tenth of the way there, I guess. But it's still, you know, it's coming up on 1%. So 30% of the way there to alarm bells at least. So it's not nothing. But it looks like steel is taking a hit there. So I don't know if there was something about infrastructure over the weekend, that it got delayed or something. Won't see what. Remember, there's a bit of delay, so I don't know what you're talking about sometimes. Oh, you mean a buy-in? No, you'll have a buy-in probably in the next 10 minutes. Well, you have the weekend box office, so that plays out to now, right? They already know how much money they've made from F9. It's 30% of whatever the gross domestic U.S. is. And it's actually probably higher than, he said last time, I think we have a 45% or 48% market share, but that's only because everyone else is closed. We're more likely at 30 when everything's back and kicking. So, well, you're saying that, right, based on what you're seeing, and we're only, let's say, 15 minutes into the actual market day, right? Like, got to give it some time. I wouldn't expect a single movie to move the stock $20 because it's just a movie. A movie generates, let's say, $100 million, right? Over the weekend, or $500,000 or $500 million, whatever, right? We're only going to get 30% of that. So 30% of $500 million is pretty good. 30% of 100 million, not so great, right? So for us to go up, to move the needle up, we're a $1.5 billion a year company, and we're currently evaluated at, let's say, 27 billion. So for us to double our share price, go up to 100, we need to be worth 27, so 30, so let's say $60 billion. So that movie would have had to make $30 billion for us to double our share price on fundamentals, if you will. So it's like, yeah, it's not going to move the needle that much, but it might be the catalyst that helps set off the ball rolling in the direction we want. And seeing how we're so close to breakout lines, it's quite possible that that could help push us into, running territory. But anyways, I don't care either which way. I'm just playing it as it is. But yeah, we'll see. I just wanted to get out here, which I did, because I saw additional red, but that's fine. It's just we're going into dip territory, right? Coming up to 1030, so we should be ramping down, post 1030, ramping up, and we're so close to that green line. It's, it's great. It's easy money territory. You can't say that, John, because first, you don't know everyone, and two, fundamentals always matter. So whether you choose to ignore them or not, they're going to win at the end of the day. So if you choose to ignore the fundamentals, you'll get bit near the end. When this all settles down, you're going to get fucked. So you have to keep in mind that the fundamentals are taking a back seat, but you have to always keep in mind that they're still there, because they're going to come back with a vengeance and murder you when you're holding, a gazillion shares at $70 and wonder why you're a bag holder for the next 5 years. So you gotta, play it as it is. I have the experience to know that, people think, oh, it only goes up. Well, I've seen stocks that have taken 16 years to recover back to where they were. So it's like, fuck. Yeah, sure. It's going to keep going up. You're a bag holder for 16 years. You don't generally see that, and I highly doubt it at this price for AMC. But the point is, you could be a bag holder at 70 for at least 2 years if this goes back to normal, if the hype dies down, right? And so you have to be prepared for that. Do you want to just sit with all your money locked up for, 2 years? Or what, right? So don't get too confident just because the stock goes up, and don't get too pessimistic just because the stock goes down. It's all part of the greater game, but don't be foolish in thinking, though, that fundamentals don't matter. They always matter, and they always win out. It just might take a lot of time. So that's the balance. Like I say over and over again, it's all about balancing. So we have to just kind of figure out where the market is as it is and play it and hope for the best. Right now we're in a channel, which is fine, going into 1030. Hoping it would break out on one of these. But this guy does not want to do it, at least not yet, which is fine. I would expect, let's say, here. If it keeps the channel, probably by that line point, it'll break out. Or if it really wants to do 1030, then let's say that. That'd be the most pessimistic, I think. Since currently this is our acceleration line to some extent. We seem to be accelerating, not this piece, but the ass end of this piece lines up, and the start of this piece lines up. The middle, you can see they kind of ramped up the speed, and then down on the last two greens, they slowed down. But it matches, well, this one doesn't really count, but it matches all the other greens. So that's our, let's say, acceleration line. Yeah. All right, so what's our volume? 26 mil at 1030. So we're a little faster than I think last week. It is a Monday, though. So that means it's probably going to be a slow week, or slower week. Yeah. Wow, I looked down to read the chat about wrinkles on an old lady's neck. Wow, my stomach just turned. Gross. Yeah, but you can say that too, Cedra, if you're over 2 years and that's if the stock recovers, right? You know, all the people that probably dollar cost averaged on AMC got lucky, but it was days away from bankruptcy. And so they could have lost it all, right? Enron's a good example. Nortel's a great example. All these banks that failed in the past, good example. Dot-com bubble, all those companies. So it's like it's not a sure deal, right? So you might be dollar cost averaging yourself into a hole that you'll never come out of. So it's not as easy as just saying that. But luckily we don't have to worry because this is AMC. And if this company goes under, then it's going to be due to fraud because they got enough money to run with the doors closed for 2 years. So the fuck if they don't recover from this. They would have to really suck dongs. And it could still happen. It really could, but it really shouldn't. Yeah. Yeah. A true zombie apocalypse would wreck the stock market. You would probably win rich on the stock market and then be sad because you have no use for your dollars. You're like, well, at least I can burn these to stay warm. Yeah. Yes, of course, Edra. Exactly. There is ways to dig yourself out of that hole. And the best way to do it is dollar cost average. And then eventually your average will get to the stock price. And then the slightest green you can get out without a loss. Yeah. And just sell covered calls or use other stocks to produce money to get you out of that one. Definitely. As long as it's not going down, fast, right? There's definitely ways to dig yourself out of that hole. But the point is, some holes, the bottom is bankruptcy. So you have to get out before that point. But who knows if that's coming, right? So. Covered calls are nice. I guess they are game changers if you're coming from a stock-only background. It's a nice tool to have in the tool chest for sure. But you can definitely make more money within 30 seconds of trading a stock than you could writing covered calls for the same cash equivalency. So, yeah, it's just a tool, right? Yeah. So if this green doesn't go down, then you might be looking at your buy-in point, Freedom. Yeah. Just because it's preemptively breaking out. I probably wouldn't get in before 10:30, but if you can day trade, you could probably play this and sell at 10:30. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just keep an eye on this because we broke the channel, which is usually an up run, but it lost steam like immediately. So it's like, I don't think green's feeling it, or it would have just been big green, big green, big green. But you see how it went. This stick basically shows you it basically went down up, or it started here. So it went down over, like gap down instead of going over sideways. Gapping is when it jumps from one point to another without going lateral. Because with these candles, when I go from here, I go over to here, I go up, that would make a stick. And then when I go down, that would make the red. If I go up, it would make green until I go down and then it leaves the stick. But you see here how they don't line up. That means when the minute was shifting, when it just finished, it jumped down, or in this case, actually, it jumped up, which is why this is all red with little stick. So it jumped up and went down. Anyways, so the point is here, it gapped, this one here, it gapped up. Where would it have started? Started here. Yeah, so it gapped up the bottom because it's green, pushed up, pushed down, and ended up again here. Here it got completely collapsed. So yeah, it ran out of steam. Red basically completely crushed it after it gapped up. Yeah, that would have been the order of events. And so that really puts a hamper on your upward motion, which is why your second green was basically dead. And so now you see red, but you see the red, even though they're going down, it goes down to here and then gaps up to here. Then it goes down to here. And if it gaps up again, it means green's really dumping the energy into it, but not following through. So it has a burst of energy and then red takes over. A burst of energy, red takes over. Oh, and let me know in the chat if you see the squirrels. I'm checking from time to time, but I don't see them. It's small. But I wouldn't mind watching them. Yeah. So this one, you know, it went over, went down, now it's pushing up, which is good. So we are going to probably tread sideways or down till we hit this line. And then after 10:30, we're going to probably punch it. So I'm going to adjust this line and let's put it, let's say, let's be optimistic and put it here. So we can get rid of, yeah, we can get rid of this line. We don't need it anymore. I'm going to be optimistic. Oh, people were asking about seeing the squirrels. So I put up that corner as a live stream outside. So eventually the squirrels are going to smell the peanuts and the water. And they'll come in. Wow. As one Martin Lawrence once said, damn, they have a use for Crisco everywhere down here. Forget what that is. Big Mama's house. That's what it was. Ah, so good. Get the Crisco. And for those that don't know what Crisco is, it's originally, I believe, shortening, which is hydrogenated animal lard, but it also is vegetable oil, I believe. Crisco may be hydrogenated vegetable. I think it's like shortening is its original form, if I recall correctly. In case it's not sold in the UK and all that other stuff. It has many different names, of course, because, you know, tons of people sell it. But since we're international, I felt the need to tell you that. So we're going sideways with a slight down. Not bad. Prediction skills, not bad. Goes up $600. Prediction skills wrong, but who cares? Yeah, but it makes sense. There's like reason I said that earlier is because you can see green has the strength. Green's definitely in control. It is a Monday. It's in the morning. And then red basically took over because green kind of couldn't do it. And so it's like, you see the volume on red is nothing. So it's just green's not playing. They push and they stop. And they push and they stop. So that's good, because the worst is when red overwhelmed you and you're doing everything you can to stop them, and then they still overwhelm you, because your options are continue and you're losing, or stop and you lose more. There's no chance of winning, right? You'd have to double your efforts, which is really hard to do. But if you're stop and going, which we're doing right now, it just means you're not using the gas. So when you slam that gas pedal, you're going to blow red away because they're not using the brakes. You're just trading turns, right? You're letting red win. And so that is, you know, not good, because obviously, like, why are you not, you know, doing anything? But it's not bad because you're not losing. So whenever you see red overwhelming green, that's your clearest warning to get the hell out of the way, because red is angry, they're in control, and there's nothing green can do to stop them. Something like this, it's a waiting game. Green's going to perk up sometime, like in the next 2 minutes probably, hopefully, and then off they go. They just let red have a little bit of time, a little breather, and then off they'll go for the push-up. So I'm going to get in on this red. Okay, I'm in on this red. And then I'm going to just chance it that after 10:30, they're going to gas it. So if you want to get in freedom, I think this is the point. And then we can run up to 57.25. And then it will test that line again. And then if we get over that line, then we'll be in money-making territory. The Dow is still treading sideways. Let's get the Dow up here so I don't have to look at it. Yeah, it's made kitty ears. Oh yeah, I can't do that. Right. Okay. So I refer to this as the cat shape. So I don't know the real technical term for it, but essentially there's a kitty cat tail and the 2 ears, which you can see. See? If you get a second arm, then I refer to it as the bat shape. And then that's basically you try again. And usually the bat shape levels out. It's just basically like a crown with a dead middle is essentially how the bat shape plays out. The cat shape usually goes into a roll and then starts up on a U, usually. And so if it wasn't going to form this arm, it then rolls out, and then just like the crown shape, when it gets to the kind of the completion point, it then starts a new pattern, which usually is up because it had plenty of time to go down and didn't do it. So I think that's what you're going to see with the Dow here. It's going to roll out, and then it's going to come up. Now, when it starts to come up, that's going to boost us. So we're going to get a combination of that, and off we go. And Bob's your uncle. Now, we are showing weakness here, which isn't great. But it's not horrible either. We are passing the 10:30 mark. So give it time. Okay, I'm going to go test a GPS module. So the camera might move because I'm just going to go outside for a second. Oh, actually, I'm in the market, aren't I? Yeah, I'm going to wait a minute or two, actually. Since I'm in the market and it's too close, I got to go test this module. But I can do that once we start the run. There, I'll plant a nice little lemon tree. Today, I think it'll grow big and strong. There we go. We are a cult after all. You know, the stock price only goes down because we don't worship the lemon enough. It's like any religious thing. If it's bad, it's your fault. If it's good, lemon's fault. Pretty straightforward. All bad things, lack of lemons. Not enough lemons. Actually, you're right. I should put FOMO up here, actually. That's a smart idea. It's at 0.07 cents. Where the fuck is that? I can't even see it. Oh, 26. Oh, okay. Why is the scale so friggin' ridiculous? 26. I don't know why it's not showing me anything. Weird. It's like it has no, doesn't like it. Is ETF special or something? Oh, that's why. I see. There's little price motion. It's all flats. Ah, okay. What happens when I turn flats into line graph? Oh, it's delayed? 1030. It is delayed. $10:30. What time is it? 10:38. Yeah, data's delayed. Okay, that's why I couldn't see it. Right. Oh, happy little tree stalk. All right. Let's do our regular candles. And let's set our Miami theme. Okay, good. Oh, you shouldn't have bailed out on that one. You're gonna get pulled back to the green line. I presume that's where you bailed out, and that's fine. And we're probably gonna go back to the green line. If we don't go back to the green line, then you need to get back in, but give it a second or two. Red will probably pull us back to the green line. But yeah, if you're not seeing it like another couple seconds, the next one's green, you probably want to be in. If this isn't going to pull us back. Yeah. So there's going to be a tiny bit of red, and then that's going to be your get in point. So that's possibly the tiny red. Let's see. Wait for it. Yeah. Okay. So then this is going to, there's your red. So then I'd probably get in here, and then you're going to go up. This is its pullback. So then that's your get in point if you got out at the green line. Yeah, so it's hard to judge the speed. So the green pushed new territory and it got pulled back a little, which is what we saw here. Then when we came over, the green wasn't strong, so red pounced on it, which is what's happening right now. This doesn't really matter. It's going to continue, but sometimes it will just be that little red and then it will steam on. But because the green was out of power, red is just pouncing on it to try to bring it back to this green line, which is fine. So if you buy in at any point here, then you're going to bail if it goes sub this line, probably somewhere down here. But it should bounce off this line, which you might be seeing now, and then continue up we already have the line. Probably off like this line. Yeah. But any of these are good points to get in. Yeah. Yeah, until we really see the floor kind of pull out from underneath us, it's just going to be temporary reds on the way to green victory. So being below the green line's kind of meh, but you can see green pushed us right back. Didn't push us back completely, so that's kind of poop, but at least green's mounting a defense. And green has way more power than red. It's just not really using it. So everything still looks good for us for a long green day. Yeah, and this can be, 1030 wasn't much of a dip, right? The dip started around 1020, around 1010. So, 1040 and 1050 are both going to try to pull us down. One of them might, right? But they're just dips on the road to victory. The Dow is still continuing down. So that's going to weigh on us. And in fact, you can kind of see as we went up, the Dow got worse. You can see the pounding. Yeah. So as the Dow recovers, that like the Dow basically just adds a little bit of negativity to the background. So let's say it takes us 100 energy to go up. The Dow equals, let's say, negative 80 energy. So we're going to slowly go up by 20 energies. But if the Dow gets worse and worse, we end up being neutral or slightly negative just on the Dow alone. And then there's other factors that add or remove energy, right? But if the Dow is positive, it gives us that constant backwind, right? It helps us along. We can still go down, but it's not going to be a constant negativity. So we want the Dow to level out or rise, and then that's going to add to our positivity, which is already high. I can already see it. It's quite high. It's just not a lot of volume, which is why I think we're being affected by the Dow a little bit more than we should. And I say should loosely, than normal, I should say. Yeah. The S&P's down. NASDAQ's doing great. And the Dow is bordering on 0.5. Yeah. Yeah, the stock only goes up. That's why you can't see red. Red doesn't exist. The people that are colorblind, no, they're not colorblind. They just see the world as it actually is. There is no red. Only green. Hold 57? Oh yeah. I don't see it going down. Unless something changes, and you'll know right away because the red will triple in size and the volume will happen. I see, like, who's going to piss in our cornflakes? We had a good weekend. We made a lot of money. So you can speculate, right? That's what I'm doing right now. We got to figure out who's going to piss in our cornflakes. So is Biden going to come out and say movie theaters cause cancer? Are they going to institute new changes? Like, I can't foresee on this Monday someone's going to piss on our cornflakes. So it should be a good Monday. The Fed and the whole worry about inflation's already kind of last week's problem. The stock market has a long memory, but the day-to-day, it doesn't give a shit. If it was 2 days ago, it's all but forgotten it. It still plays into the longer picture, but it's like they react to things within the minutes and the hours, and by the end of the day, they're already over it, or they've figured out where they should be about it, I've seen stuff go like 2 to 3 days, but then it's got to be pretty serious, like a major change in policy. Actually, a good example of that is when they announced quantitative easing. So they're like, we're just going to pump money into the markets. The markets went through the roof. Then they recovered, leveled out. And then for the last 10 years, they've been basically going up nonstop. But the first immediate, they went psycho. Then they figured themselves out. And then the longer term, the stock market has still gone up and down throughout, the time, but the overall trend, is pumped, right? And so that's kind of how it goes. So AMC is a recovery play. The overall trend is that we're going to go up. We'll have up days and down days, but if we're looking at it, short term negativity, I can't see any of it today, which means we should be going good on the green, unless, someone pisses in our cornflakes, which, that's something I keep in my mind all the time. And I can't really see anything on the road. Interest rates are an issue, but we've already more than likely as a company refinanced, locked in for at least a year or even a couple of months. You're not going to have a monthly variable as a large company. Oh, something's happened. This is probably just pullback. Nope, the volume is... No, we're good. We're fine. Because the volume doesn't say that this is any commitment. It's just pull back to the green line. Which might mean that line should be here. Actually, let's do 2 lines. Just because you can see that there is something here, right? The hesitation, the bouncing, but there's now something also here, which is where we keep stopping. But anyways, yeah, so that's my 2 cents on at least AMC's near future. Because, yeah, if I think it was a giant turd, I wouldn't be trading it. I'm using, this is TradingView, is what you're seeing. And all the stuff that looks kind of techy and like 8-bit is TD Ameritrade, basically. My health is good the last 2 days or so. Other than that, kind of all over the place. I've also developed an allergy to flux, the stuff that you use for soldering. I got like a small whiff of it. My whole throat locked up. I'm like, hypersensitivity. Great. Never used to have that. But I haven't soldered in like 3 years. And apparently I'm now sensitive to it. Squirrels? No squirrels. Yeah, I think we're still on track. I don't like us going down this much, but we could be going for a 1050 dip. So we tried for 1040. Now we're going to do a 1050. Just because we didn't do enough at 1030, fine. All this means is we shake out the paper hands. So all the people that wanted to bail. And you're seeing that on the larger Dow. So the Dow is more of an average, right? And so they have their 1030 dip. But if we look, right, they didn't have a 1030 dip. So they're getting their dip now, right? Which you can see here. So that's weighing on us. This is weighing on us. But it's just because they didn't have their proper dip. Same thing, you know, there wasn't a 1030 dip. There might have been an early one, but these ones don't count. Anything before 1030 is ignored. So if you didn't have it here at 1030, whoops, here, you had the opposite. You're going to have to pay for it before 11. Usually 1050 is the last. So here they're preempting it. So they're like, okay, that's it. That's done. The worst they can do is go down a tiny bit more. You know, they take 5 of these candles and measure. You'd only go down to here, keeping the same speed. So it's a good bet to just get in now to try to get some of this recovery, right? And that's likely what they're doing right now. Same thing here. They've hit the bottom twice. Even if the next 3 minutes they kept going down, they would only end up around here. So we'll start betting now for it to go up. And same thing, NASDAQ's gearing down, and then they're doing the same thing. They're like, fuck it, let's go up. And so we will be doing the same. Might take a minute for it to kick in. So this might show red. I think I'll probably get wiped out and turn small green. Do. Do. So if you did buy in up there, right, then you're currently a little bit red, but just hold on tight. I don't foresee us going much further down. So you could even dollar cost average, buy some more now. And then when it comes back up to the green line, you'll be happy, doubly happy. Yeah, that red was a little bit extreme, but the market did take a bit of a pooper. But you can see how green, if you took this line here, right, and blended it together, we essentially were following what they're doing here. So we were just traveling along this line. I mean, a little bit of an exuberant push a little early, and red kind of corrected us. But ultimately, once we deviate from this line, see how small these are when we're near the line? This is where it wants to be, right? And this was just people doing things wrong. So the market corrected, essentially, which is why that red was so big. It took 3 greens to go up and 1 red to put it back, right? So now we're at 1050, right? So 1055 is the last point that you could have a dip, in my experience. But by 1050, if it hasn't happened, you know, the next 5 minutes, likely, what's the worst it can do, right? And the fact that we're in the up channel, so it has to end by 55. So that if we're in an up channel, it can't go down and up before 55. Like, what, 2 minutes of crash and 2 minutes of psycho up? So basically, your only option here is up. And then that goes to 11 o'clock. And then after 11 o'clock, it may decide whatever. But usually you can play the after dip run up a lot. So if you don't buy in the morning, wait for the real dip, which is hard to figure out. You get, 30 minutes of run or 10 minutes of run, but it's not a bad play. It's a safer play. Shouldn't say safe, but safer play. So there you go. Now you're back in the green. So we'll see how it reacted to that line. It just blew by that green line, which makes me think red's going to try to pull it back. But the volume is pretty piss. So red is taking a nap and green is taking a nap. We're not fucking going anywhere. Dow's pushing up, so that should overwhelm red. Let's see. So far, green's not doing anything. It's still drifting down slightly. Green's taking a nap. Yeah. So green's letting it pull back to the line, I guess, which is fine. Too much, too quick. Market corrects, fine. When are you going to wake up, green? You're still safe as long as it doesn't go under that line. And if you're looking at the seconds chart, see how it's ramping up? Green might be waking up now. You'll see the line, nope. The line will start ramping up, and it'll ramp up very aggressively, and the volume will too whenever green wakes up, which is why I keep using the euphemism waking up, or the metaphor, I guess. Because it essentially right now, you can see the volume. It's like sleepy time. There's a little bit of red, but it's gone down all sleepy. And you can see on the little apartment graph there, like the volume is an abysmal low. So when we touch this green line, that should be it. That should give us a bounce, which might help wake up green. So, a little bit. Look at it go. Is it going to hold? It's thinking about it. Nope. Red woke up. Damn. Almost. There's a little push there. So there's the bounce. Green's thinking about it. Slowly drifting up. Volume's increasing. Volume's ramping up. Except it ramped up in the red directory. It might be charging up. It's thinking about it. So we're watching the seconds chart, the thing in the middle at the bottom. Red took over. Balls. So you can see the volume was ramping up here, right? Well, it just went off the side of the screen, but basically it was ramping up, and then we had a ramp up of red volume here. So it was close. So whenever the volume kind of goes up like stairs, that's your indication that it's about to go wild. But it has to commit. So now the volume's quite high, but we did cross over the line. So it's expected. So this is again proving the line exists. So that green line's a real line because there was a fight when we went over it. So there's all these people that have bought in, set limits, whatever. And that proves there's a line there. So yeah, if you're doing your own technical analysis by yourself, right, you might draw lines, but it's good to have your lines proven right so that you know you can trust them. Because you don't know if the line is flat or if it's angled or did you do it right or wrong. And so a good way to know that your line is true is you'll see the stock will hesitate. It will shrink when it gets near it, or it will rebound, bounce off, turn around, or the volume will quadruple. There's something there. And then the second time it goes through it, confirms it. The first time lets you know, and then the second time confirms it. Yeah. For those that, want to build confidence in what they do. And it's good if wherever you see hesitation like this, right, it's going, it hesitates, right? Or even better, if this was a solid green, and then it hesitates, to pay attention. There's something going to happen or something's up. Here, there's hesitation. Because there's green lines here, right? Goes up, comes back down, stops, goes under, goes up. So there's something up, right? If there was no green line here, you could still tell, you're seeing non-committed, which would be just no sticks, one direction kind of deal. So here we're fighting over this line, but unfortunately, we're going to break. Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say, unfortunately, we're going to break down if we're not careful because we're running out of runway, basically, which could be like a micro pennant if you use the green line, which would be fine because the green line represents a base. So you could argue here, and it would be pretty much valid because technicals just show you what's already happened, and there's many ways to describe. So we could have had a breakdown here, right? Then we come back, and now we're basically punching up like this. And that's kind of what happened right here. It's just very small. And so if we have a pennant or if we have a channel, it doesn't make a difference or what, right? As long as we don't care about the bottom, it doesn't matter if it's flat bottom or an angled bottom. We just care about the top, and the channel and the pennant share the same top, which would make them the same validity. You break out of a channel, you're changing direction. So you were going this way, and now you're not going this way. So now you're going to go this away. You're not going to go that away unless you break the bottom, right? And then the pennant saying the same thing. There's indecision. It's getting to a point, and then there's a sudden change. And in this case, it's green. So even if it's a channel that's supposed to be this way or whatever, it doesn't matter if you did your technical analysis wrong, as long as you know that there is pent-up demand, we get to a point, and we now busted from that point. Somewhere in here, there's some friggin' line, magic line. We don't really care because it moved up so high, but now we know we're most likely going to go into an upwards motion. So your technicals don't have to be correct, as long as they guide you to the right decision. And that is to understand the psychology of the stocks are trying to tell you, the chart's trying to tell you, the psychology of the people playing. Yeah. Are you playing the long dark relevant? Still no squirrels. Wonder where the squirrels are. Or hopefully it's not frozen frame. I think we've proven though. But I may have... Oh, Far Cry 5. Yeah. Far Cry is partly made by Canadians, yeah. Well, the long dark basically, like, it pretty much is like Canada, 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 all over the place. Yeah, no, Ubisoft Montreal does a lot of the Far Cries, but Ubisoft is technically French from France, but Ubisoft Montreal has been basically pumping out the titles. So yeah, it's not bad. I actually enjoyed what's it called? New Dawn a lot better. It's all just like random friggin' pony colors and rainbows. But they basically took Far Cry 5 and shrunk it down from being kind of ridiculous to a much smaller map, and it worked out much nicer. And it's basically it's the after effects. But not to ruin the game for you, but Ubisoft is trying really hard to link in the Assassin's Creed, and you're like, son of a... They're trying to tie all their IPs together, and you're like, fuck this. Far Cry went from, a stealth survival first-person shooter to this kind of console zone control poop, but with decent storyline. Like Far Cry 2, which one is in Africa? 3? Was so good. And it's simple, it's zone control, but I cared about the story, and the fire dynamics were amazing. But then it's like 4, it's like, why? I don't really care so much about, I believe that one is, no, 3 is the Africa, 3 is the islands, and 4 is the fake Himalayas, and 5 is the USA, right? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, exactly. I know. They're trying to merge their IPs, and it's like, please don't. Like, just, you've taken all these things that are good, like Rainbow Six, Ghost Recon, all the stuff that was, my childhood, and you're just murdering it. Murdering it. We're still above the green line, but yes, Freedom, definitely your warning bell should go. I'd say we're moving at about a 3-minute pace. So anything over 3 minutes, which we're now at 4, would be a little bit of a warning. But you see how this is inflected up? That's not bad. If we were going like this, right? 1, 2, 3, we inflected up. So if we did a micro pennant, if this was negative, we'd run down. So the warning bells are good. It's these two have saved us. We didn't come back down. And so that gives us some height. So we don't need to worry because we're now doing this. Whoa. Someone just dropped a ton of money. Jesus. Whoa. How much was that? Oh my God, they're still dumping the money. Well, I think someone got margin called. Or something. What the fuck? Oh my God, Freedom. You suck. Oh, I'm so sorry. I That's awesome. Freedom of culture just sold the second it goes green. Well, give it a second. If it's too much, the market is going to correct it back down to the green line. But yeah, no one could have saw that coming. What time is it? 11:05? What a weird time. No, well, you should have listened to me. Or, well, it's up to you to listen to me. But, yeah, no, you shouldn't have bailed because this here, these two told you that it's not going down, at least not yet. So you'll have a few more seconds. So whoever this person was, so if we go back to our regular Zoom level, whoever this person was decided to... fuck, I can't even condense it onto one screen. Jeez. I don't even know how to draw that as a tree. Just a beefy arm on a tree. Wow, our little lemon tree sprouted a cancerous tumor. I don't know what the fuck that was. Oh, here we go. $70 million for its opening. So we get 30% of that. So 30% of 7 million. Yeah, that's decent. My guess is that this is just delayed. Some big fish is just trying to get in before, like, they were avoiding the dip. The dip is over, right? 1050 was the last chance. And then it wasn't enough and they're getting in. So let this settle just a tiny bit and then I'd buy in. So whoever bought in there, you're duly rewarded. And your next buy-in point will be when this retracts. So you could bail now and let it come down, or just ride it out and save yourself the transaction fees. That was nuts. I did not expect that. I was just like, all right, it's starting to look good. Thunk. How much was that? So if we're trading at, let's say, 1K, that was 32 times. Holy jeez. Yeah, 32 times the volume. Jesus. But that's what I was saying. It's like a coiled spring, right? Once green wakes up, you know. Yeah, and we are, we're running out of runway as well. But I wonder if that was the break. Well, it went over the line. I wonder if that's the breakout. I mean, it technically should be. But it happened oh so fast. Take a look. In a book, it's a reading rainbow. Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe this line should be... Well, that line I know is good. And this line I know is good. So maybe just somebody basically trying to preempt the breakout. And in doing so, made it happen. Nuts. It's 58.17 right now. 58.19, 58.15. And it jumped from 57.10. Nope, sorry. 57.26.31 and jumped to 58.90 is what all happened in the span of a minute. Yeah, so we basically went up $1 in under a minute, which is a lot of money. 37 times 58. Just lowballing that number. Here, I'll quickly do the math for you. Oh my god, I clicked the wrong thing. Okay. 57, 50, let's say, times 37. So the low ball on that would have been $21 million. And the high ball on that is... $1.8 million times 57. So that was 1.8 million volume buy-in, to use an accurate number. So that's 57. No, times that by 2. So 57, 50 times 1.8. So that's $103 million at Green Stick, give or take a lot, because it's an average, right? Jesus. That's a lot of money. Yeah, the first number is just the volume on TradingView, which is off by a factor of about 30 times. But it varies. Jesus. No, it needs a retraction, so it's a healthy retraction. Again, remember, whenever you have a sudden green, right? Going back to our fundamentals. So if you have a sudden green, we want to stay off the 50% line. So right now we're below it, but let's just bring it down to, let's say here. We're bouncing off the 50% line. So we're good, right? As long as it's over 50%, we should recover. I thought I heard squirrels. Yeah. Yeah. So when the retraction happens, it may be the total top to bottom. If it's not that, if it doesn't look right, because you can see here, it's definitely bouncing off the 0.5, but when I move it up, it doesn't look right. And so as long as you use the main candle, that would be the bare minimum. But sometimes you got to use the next candle if it's a continuation. In this case, it's not. It was more, we went up in one shot, and then we had a little bit of an up down, and the market says it doesn't give a crap about it. Now it's retracting on the main core body of money, which is what we're seeing now. And it's all still so good. And I'll be right back. Ouch. All right. Okay. So we're still trucking along. I'm going to look away while I try to set up some electronics. But, I mean, I'm still watching this. We're just printing money. How are we doing for viewership? Is it a good day today? We are at 40. Not bad. Well, it's good to have more of the gang in today. Excellent. Hopefully we'll get more over time. Okay. Now, when I walk outside, you're seeing the back of my head, I presume, when I'm out there. Like you can see me in the frame, right? Oh, here comes the next breakout. So we're completing the shape. So this was a U shape, but we're basically going back. So as soon as it crosses this line, well, technically it's got to cross a little bit more, it's going to go plop, and then it's going to go for a run. Yeah, actually, let's just drag it up to here. There we go. So as soon as it gets over this color, so you see it tried to touch it and it got slapped down. Fine, but it's still looking good. Oh, you didn't see me when I walked out there? I think this still works. It should be live. I think the trees are moving, aren't they? Yeah, I think I can see motion. Yeah. No, it's still good. It's just bouncing off the line. So it's just natural. As long as this does not... So again, every time you have a retraction, right? So now the next thing is, if we took this guy and we shrunk him down, right? So as long as it stays over the 50% of this guy, you don't have to worry, right? So, and right now it's bouncing off the 50% right here. So that was fine. So you take it from the top of the candle, like including the stick, and you see it bounced off the 50%. So no problem. We're still good. Now we're challenging the 50%. So this is where we got to start to worry. If it bounces, just did, then we're probably going to go up. Yeah, you can basically draw this box in your head all the time, every time there's a large green, because this tells you the sentiment. So we don't want to be at the halfway mark. We want to be above or below. So it's going to shoot down or shoot up, but it really doesn't want to stay at the 50% mark. And if it shoots up, we'll float around the 0.25 or 0.38 and then start our recovery, hopefully. So here it's going down to 0.6, which isn't too bad because, again, it doesn't want to be at 5. So now we're going to 0.7. So this might be too much, so I would expect it to get snapped back. See? And it doesn't get snapped back to 0.5 because it doesn't want to be there. So it goes full circle back to 0.38. Yeah, don't ask me how these things work, but it works. So we stopped going up, so now we snapped back to the other side. But again, we don't want to be at 0.5. Again, now we're getting away from 0.5. So you're kind of guaranteed the away from 0.5, but then if it stops like it is now, you're not guaranteed anything else. So anyways, now you're getting a little bit of a small lesson on the Gant box or the Fibonacci numbers, which is essentially the rule of thirds and the rule of twos or halves mingled together. But why it actually works is pretty witchcrafty. But it plays into, I guess, how humans like to do things by dividing into threes and halves. We have an affinity for that sort of stuff. So now we're in the little small term breakout. And then once this breaks out, we're going to go back to challenging the larger shape, which if we go back and put it back. Okay, so now we're fighting over, on the bigger scale, we're fighting over the 0.25 line. So you see how we're bouncing off of it? So this has a good chance of going down to here. See? And now it's going to probably get snapped back. And then it will rest and then possibly go up or continue down to 0.38. Yeah. It was 32 degrees Celsius here. So I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. Like clockwork. Hey, Google. Hey, Google. What's 32 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit? 89 Fahrenheit. I just Googled for you. I think the high... Hey, Google, what's 36 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit? So I think the high yesterday was 96 Fahrenheit. But do recall, I live in a non-desert environment, right? So toasty warm. I think your bank account is saying Cybertruck, because that's what my bank account's saying. If I just don't make any more YOLOs. Wonder where my squirrels are. Yeah. So now we've flirted with going up, I would say, too many times. So we got kind of a pennant forming on the 0.25 line. So yeah, if we get any lower, I'd be kind of concerned and I might bail. Just playing it tight. I highly doubt we're going to go, too far, but at least I can capture some of the profit. Here, I'm going to set up the sell. I still think we're going up, but we might just have a tiny bit of down before that. Or are we going to get our breakout here? This line's not exactly accurate, though. That's more like it. Is that actually a line? Yeah, that is actually a line. Okay. Well, it's anyone's game. We're 2 cents away from anything, and it looks like it's going to be a breakout. Oh, red's trying to stop it. Green just gave him the finger. Can you roll up that finger to win? Oh yeah, right there. Give him the finger. Stick it to him. All right, now we're in breakout number 2 territory. So this is going to pull back to here, and then it's going to go. Any day now. Where's the pullback? No pullback? We'll just go up even faster. Just remember, you always have to pay for things, right? So this is payment for this green, so we're okay. But if we just keep going up nonstop, there's going to be, payments due, rents due. So there's the pullback as expected, because this is the support line. Green just gapped up, which is great. Overwhelmed red. This should take off as soon as red's done. It's going to fucking go. All right, I want to zoom back to our previous size, which is this size. So now we can have a relatively, get an idea for the speed. So now I'm at the same zoom level that we were at the start of the day, which is still like a 10-cent blocks. I remember the good old days when we were like this. I could see the pennies on the side here. Those days are done. We swing like the entire screen. I have to get to the 10-cent mark. So again, support line's right here. So it's going to try to pull us back, but if it doesn't get close, then we can only go up. So then that's going to set us along this kind of path. Might be a little too aggressive. So a gap down, gapped up. Excellent. Yep. Do. Hey, money. Oh, we should see a person. Oh, I see a car. Okay, we know it works. I don't have to go outside. I can see cars driving. Yes. All right, now we just have to wait for the squirrels. All right. I'm going to close that cell window because we won't need that for a while. Yeah, it's actually my zoo. I keep a bunch of Canadians out there. They just drive everywhere and say, hey, hey. And then I throw coffee at them once in a while. Aw, yee. Pedal to the metals. I misread what you wrote, Cedra. I saw solar and not panels, but wanks. So I'm like, did they try to sell you solar wanks? And I'm like, what? Misread that one. I don't know what kind of scams you got going on in the US, but this one's solar powered, baby. Ugh. Ugh. Still good. That line basically represents our bottom. So we touched it, shot out some paper hands, and green just crushed them. And I do like to reiterate when everybody was kind of feeling a little antsy this morning, a lot of pessimistic and negativity. And I said, calm your tits, because the day's not done yet. Voila. Yeah, this happens more often than not. News is not, people don't know how to interpret the news. So they have to wait for one side or the other to show them the way. And then once there's commitment, then it goes with it. But luckily, I bet correctly on Friday that, I don't see who's going to piss in our cornflakes. So if there's no one pissing in our cornflakes, and we know there's going to be positive news, because to hell if Fast and the Furious flops, then really we should only go up. How much, I don't know, but we should at least go up. And so when the morning was kind of meh, I'm like, that's not right, And it's partly just because the Dow is, everything's kind of negative minus the NASDAQ is probably what's doing it to us. But now as people are wisening up, FOMO's going to kick in soon, and we're going to probably get, another 5% off this. But that's kind of the mindset I'm trying to reiterate. It's, you need to look at the minutes, of course, but look a little bit further into the future so that you can get past the short-term pessimism and kind of deal with what's coming down the pipe. But you do have to look at the minutes or arguably, some people would argue otherwise, because you need to be able to see the road as it's happening to confirm what you presume is going to happen. But don't lose sight of the long distance. Because if you do, you'll just be like, oh, something surprising all the time. And you'll forever be catching up. So anyways, another lesson with Larry. But just something to keep in mind. Yeah. Well, the FOMO hasn't kicked in yet. And now we're touching the bottom line. So if this red doesn't push back, then I'll bail. Because it's under the line. And I'll lock in my profits. Let's see green's reaction to this. It's piss. Let's see. All right, I'm bailing on that. Even though green might push it back over the line, I'm going to hop out. I'll let green get back to that line before I get back in. This is probably just the rest on the way up. So probably 2 more minutes of this, and then we should be back on track following kind of this diagonal. or maybe even this if I sharpen it up. So that'll happen somewhere around here or whatever. And we'll keep on trucking. Yeah, 12 o'clock is usually our high for the day on normal stocks. On AMC, though, we tend to start our high for the day seems to be around 11 or 2. It's like we have this weird, we either spike by 11 and we're out of steam, or we end up spiking in like the late afternoon because fuck me, like I still don't know who's the people that show up at 1 or 2. Like it doesn't make any sense that you get a surge at 1 or 2 o'clock. Like, what's the catalyst? You know, people are waking up that late. It's like Islanders are getting in. Like, I don't know, you know? My only thought that I've had so far is that maybe when the British markets close, then people stop playing on those and start playing on those. Like they keep playing. They just go from one market to another kind of deal. And so maybe that's the catalyst of why we have more activity in the afternoon. Because as they're closing, I think at 4 o'clock, it'll be noon our time. And then, I don't know, it takes some time for them to get it all set up. I really don't know. So, back then or now? Back then, I would have said yes, the chart was not telling you to get out because the chart was still going upwards slowly. And so as much as it was negative, it still had a positive inflection. And so the danger was not as real as you may have thought it was. If you got out now, then no, this is dangerous territory because we're up high. We might be doing a retraction, but green's not showing any immediate strength. So unless green starts showing some strength in the next couple minutes, then yeah, she's going to roll. Green did gap up. That's why we have this red, but we need to see more than just one shot Willie here. Yeah, but you can still get back in on the next run, which might be coming up right soon. Am I still in or am I out? I'm out, right? Yeah, I'm out. So the next run might be happening soon. So I got out here-ish, right? So this might turn into a run, but I'm still hesitant. But we'll see. You might get in on this. Yeah, because this is sharing the same angle as this. So if this is definitely any size green, that's probably going to be the start of the run. So that is probably the start of the run again. So I'll let this play out and then I'm going to get back in as well. Because it has to get over the sticks on the left to go up. So it's right now under the green stick and it's going to be a long push to that red stick. So it's going to need a few more red greens to make its way up. So it just got over the green with a bunch of money. Yeah. So this is it. Went too fast. So red's going to correct it. So I'd get in on this red. It's probably a good call. Or if it goes under that gray line, definitely get in. It may pull right under that red line, a gray line. We'll see. See how green reacts. I don't think it should go under that line, but I'm not seeing green push immediate. So yeah, I'm going to get in. All right, I'm in. So I missed out on 20 cents there, but protect myself against a drop. So as long as it stays on this line, we're okay. Yeah, fucker. She did go under the gray line. Just took a long time. Bastard. See, that's what I was waiting for, but it didn't happen. And I was like, I don't want to miss on the next go up. So this is where I wanted to buy in because I could feel that red, but it was taking too long to happen. So the timing was off because we're moving quickly, and then we just kind of slowed down. That's a lot of volume. Oof. But let's see. Let's see how green reacts. Oh, let's get the Dow back up. I think we're still okay. Green's not doing a lot to stop red, but it's not too bad. Green volume is just pretty low. So my bailout point would be if this gets below the green at the very bottom of the start of the run up, then you want to bail out for safety. I think we're still okay though. Red's just a little bit stronger than it should be right now. And that might be due to some factor we're not aware of. But it's most likely temporary. Yeah. If it wasn't temporary, red would just murder us right off the screen, right? If it was news or something bad or whatever. So that was not the case. Again, no one pissing in our cornflakes, right? So we're looking okay. So when you bailed out just before the green, and I bailed out or bailed in just before the red. Yeah. But that red was definitely taking way too long. Just like this green recovery is taking way too long. I would have expected these like a minute ago. So we're kind of slowing down our velocity. A fair deal here. Yeah. Well, holding for months is a surefire way not to lose money, especially in a recovery stock. Because day trading is lots of winning and lots of losing. So you have to kind of play a little less aggressive, so it's more winning than losing. If you play too aggressively, you get stuck a lot, and then you have to make hard decisions. So like this isn't a good sign because we gapped down, and then green basically mounted a pitiful defense, which means red's going to mount a bit of defense, but we're so close to the bottom. If we go below that stick where we just luckily stopped, it would have had a technical breakdown, which drives us down closer to the start of this whole run up. So green's at least winning here, but it's still, I would say, dangerous. I want to see clear green and upwards motion. Oh, we gapped down. And we gapped down right to the bottom. Sweet Jesus. So that's what, 3 gap downs now? 1, 2, where's the third? Oh, we gapped up. So that's not good signs by any means. So all right, I'm going to bail on this just because safety first. Okay, I'm out. Because, yeah, we're basically bordering this, which means we're bordering this, which means we're bordering this. So if red just gives one good push, it can just murder. So I missed out on this, but I bought in for this. But I'll catch it on the upswing, basically, wherever that is. Yeah, because we were doing okay until this guy, and we had a chance to recover, and that chance is over now. So the writing on the wall was the 2 gap downs, and it's like we're doing our best to stave off, but this is the inevitable, right? It's if we're not making any headway, right, then it's too long, and there we go. So there, I saved my bank account from damnation. Now, how far does it go? I don't friggin' know, but it's going to be red. That's all I know. Yeah. Yeah. Some days I'm on the ball. Some days. As I've said, my timing might be off sometimes, but I'm generally not bad at this. It's just hard because the fucking velocity changes mid-flight. And so like there, I screwed up getting in because I got the velocity wrong. If I would have got in where I wanted to, which was when the red showed up, I would have got in here and I would have probably sold here or here, right? But because I got in here, I held longer than I should have. I should have bailed here and not waited here. But because there was dead here, it's like, fuck it. Cut your losses, right? So unfortunately, I took a bigger hit than I should have. Should have been like a $50 hit instead of $100. But anyways, sucks, but that's the game. Easy in, easy out. Minimize your losses, maximize your gains. Yeah. I don't know if this is the end. I think this is a kitty cat bounce. So I think red like oversold probably here because that's bigger than anything we've pretty much experienced. Okay, I lied. It's close to the biggest that we've experienced today, right? And so that may be an oversell, and green's looking like it's correcting it. But yeah. Yeah, we'll let it ride. I'm going to get, excuse me, Barry. Or sorry, excuse me. I'm going to get myself some ice cream and milk, a milkshake, if you will. Since somebody mentioned a Wendy's Frosty, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to have one. And I'll be back in less than 10 minutes. My next buy-in point will be if it gets over 59 or gets in these green channels. I'm just going to let it ride out. All right. So I'm just going to give myself an alert just so I know when to come back. We'll let this ride out. Oh, we're doing good. We're just retracting back from a all-time high, which I think we're still going up, but I'm going to let it prove itself. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have Squirrel Cam. And whenever those squirrels show up, you'll be able to watch them. I'm just going to get some ice cream. Oh, yeah, look at it go. Ice cream is an anytime food. My breakfast consisted of 2 hot dogs and now ice cream. I was born on the dairy, bitches. As one, what's his name? Actually, I'll leave that up. What's his name? One Kenny Rogers from Mad TV once said, "I was born on the dairy, biatch." Excellent. $50 zillion shares. Nice. So this is a nice steady climb, which means we're probably going to go up. So you see here, too much, right? Comes back, corrects it, levels out. Red has no power here. And then green starts off a push, which is a slow climb. So I think this is going to pop in a second. So then I get back in. Wait for the red. Okay, looking for my entry. That's why I always arm before I click, because the red is the indication, the reds aren't big, that it's going to continue, but it doesn't mean it's going to continue. It just indicates that it wants to. And so we could have 1 red, 2 red. I think we're going to, in the medium term, go up, but it doesn't mean I can't get a better price. All right, I'm going to get in on this. It might not be finished going down, but I'm just going to risk it. Okay. So if that goes the way it's going to go, it'll go up like that. Yeah, my squirrels need a good watering. That's the only thing we grow up here is squirrels. I don't know why they haven't come to the foods. So I got in here at the bottom of this line. So what I'm expecting it to do is come up and complete the power shape, then attempt to break this shape, and then go for, oh, no, never mind. Yeah, I was thinking this one. So we got a W shape here. And because this is not going down as far as it could go, I think we're on the a better up channel. So it's going to be like a lightning bolt or a check mark. So this part here is the check mark, and that's a powerful shape. A little bit of red and then a run of green. All right. So at least that's where I think we're going. Because all we have to do is go up another 10 cents, and then we're on to the races, because will get a boost every time you go over the stick of another guy. You get a boost, and these guys are definitely like a short-term roadblock for us. Whoops. So, and then these guys are the next roadblock afterwards. And this one here, maybe, but we'll see. Now if this guy here goes to here, that makes a power S shape in the wrong direction. And that's not a good sign. Now, if we were going to have a crown shape, we would have gone lower earlier. And I expect that there'll be some leveling out, even if we do go down. So this was a relatively safe place to buy in. Yeah, so we should see leveling out before the crash here, now that we're on the bottom. So that should get pushed back. And then that's my cue to get out. So there should be a little bit of green where we bounce off this line, and then I'll bail on that. No green. No green. All right. Better get out before the drop. Okay. There's the green, just a tiny bit. Chlorine. Use chlorine, bleach, which is chlorine water. It's the only thing that kills mold. A heavy acid. Or a heavy acid. Drano. Well, hydrochloric bleach is pretty acidic. I think. Yeah, acidic. How much? Like a cup undiluted. Pour the bleach in and just shake it around, then rinse it out. Well, don't breathe it in. It's chlorine gas. Oh, the water is... Well, first clean the thing out. And if you want to stop the water from going green, if you have stagnant water, then yeah, you put in about I can't remember what it is. I think it's 1/30 of the water should be Javix or chlorine water. It's the same thing you do with a pool, and the fumes will be negligible. Basically, look at how you shock a pool, how much you put in for a pool, and just adjust the numbers. Or how much chlorine you have to put in a water to make it safe to drink. I think it's per cup of water, you put in 1 tablespoon. And you can have up to 3 tablespoons of bleach a day, as long as it's heavily diluted. If you can't get in the tank, then you recycle the bleach water. And you just keep running it hard, and then you pour out the bleach water and put in regular water. But if you can't get inside the tank, then you run the risk of growing some pretty serious mold and bacteria. And that stuff can be, well, I wouldn't say deadly, but if it gets airborne, can fuck you up. So you never want to be blowing like an air purifier, like a humidifier, with uncleaned pads, because if the wrong bacteria or mold gets in there, it grows in the warm water environment, and then it blows toxicity around your house. Toxic mold spores, black mold spores, all that sort of jazz. And you don't want them setting up shop in your lungs. So Javix is your friend. Eau de Javel. L'eau de Javel. Sorry. Water of Javel. Also known as Javix or hydrochloric bleach. Or sodium hydroxide. Is it? Sodium? No, sodium hydrochloric bleach. That's it. Hydroxide's different. That's extra oxygen and peroxide, I believe. Yeah. Borax is I don't think borax is a cleaning agent. Borax is used as a whitening agent, and when it's mixed with water, borax is sodium bromide, I think is what it is. Bromide is a mild preservative. Sodium borate or sodium tetraborate. Yeah, it's basically for detergents and cosmetics and enamel glazes. It's a combination of boron, sodium, and oxygen. Boric acid might work, but boric acid is more better used as homemade pesticides. If it's inhaled or swallowed, the body can break it down and it causes serious poison and organ damage. Yeah, I guess you could use borax. So the boron probably does nothing, and the free oxygen is what does it, right? So you could also use OxyClean. That's basically what it's doing. It's releasing pure oxygen. So if you used OxyClean, that's good too, because oxygen's not going to hurt you. Chlorine's just aggressive. Chlorine's like one of the most aggressively or promiscuous chemicals out there. It's persistent and aggressive, and that's why we use it. But if you're just trying to do a one-shot clean, yeah, you could dump a whole bunch of OxyClean in there. Any type of heavy oxidizer. Chlorine's just good for keeping it topped up. If you're recycling the water, it should be chlorinated. If it's a one-shot clean, then go to town with anything, really. And I don't think vinegar will do it. Some people swear by it because it's like it got rid of the smell, and it's like the water got rid of the smell because you wash the bacteria away, and that's why you can't smell them no more. But it doesn't keep them away. You'd have to use like heavy acetic acid, like cleaning vinegar, not the stuff you would eat. Yeah. Cardboard filter. Well, if you use bleach too strong, it will eat the cardboard, yes. If it's not strong enough, hydrogen peroxide's technically more damaging than bleach. Bleach is just persistent. That's fine. But you don't have access to the thing. So if you're pouring hydrogen peroxide in there, it's going to produce a crap ton of oxygen. And if you dilute it with the water, it's not going to do much. Yeah. So you just, if you put in a small amount of bleach, like a tiny amount, then it's not going to do much cleaning, but it will inhibit the growth of, nasty ass stuff. But you really need access to that cooler. If you don't, I would heavily cycle hardcore bleach through it. But you got to watch you don't go too hardcore because it'll eat the plastic, but it will definitely eat the mold, right? So, yeah, we just had that up earlier, Zeus. Yeah, biggest. Yeah, so we got 70 million, so we got 30% of that basically is our minimum. So that's definitely going to help us go up. Thanks for the sub. Nom nom nom. Okay, so we're basically now channeling. So that white line still represents our breakdown point, and you can start to see there's a ceiling forming. I'll draw that in a second. I was just checking my phone because I figured nothing's happening, so I was right. So there's the top, and this is arguably the bottom. And yeah, it'd be the bottom of this stick. Oh, there's no stick there. Okay, so there was no stick there. So this is the bottom that we just broke through. Yeah. So there we go. So that's why I got out here. And then I was going to get back in once we get over this line because the danger's not averted yet. So it's like, I'm still out, I hope. Yep. So here basically said it had the energy to push new lows. Green's response was good, but then it hesitated. So it's like, okay, it bounced, but then it bounced too far. And it's like, and then Green's like, no, I got this. And it's like, oh, Jesus. And Green's probably going to try to push this back, but it's like, it's too dangerous, at least yet. So this sets us up for the crown shape. So I expected that there would have been some leveling out here, but we basically never got to this level here. We might get to that level now, which will be kind of here. Or well, let's say here. So we can line it up with this candle. So that's where we just got to right now. Actually, let's do these proper so I don't have to worry about getting the angles right. There we go. There, see? So that's it bouncing off of this or this somewhere in here, right? So let's get this one right. Do we have squirrels? Still no squirrels. Man, where are the squirrels? They usually show up within an hour. Damn squirrels. Nice. 404. Yeah, but I don't know how much of AMC gets half. So it's like $500 million worldwide. And I don't know what AMC's global share is. I think the US is somewhere around 48 to at minimum 30. But I think in the US, they control the strongest market share. But their next rival is very close on their heels. And they got 2 other main rivals. And then they have a bunch of like locals, right? And I think local theaters still bring in something like 15% of the total shares. I'll have to go look it up again. But yeah, local theaters did still have a solid contending, but then there's so many of them. But you think no one ever goes to them, but I guess in small towns, family-run theaters, I should say, instead of small, still exist. They haven't been gobbled up. Although with COVID, I'm sure none of them are doing so well. Or some of them might be doing better because they have such low overhead. They might be able to just shutter their thing while their side business keeps it afloat. Maybe. Oh yeah, definitely Zeus. And that's what what's his face Aaron said. He's like, look, we've talked to them and they said, we're not going to go streaming and murder the theater industry because they can't make that kind of money. You can't make $500 million in a weekend using streaming, right? Streaming's here to stay, yeah, but they're not going to murder their cash cow because there's money to be had in exclusivity. That's why festivals still happen. You can get the music, you can listen to it at home, but the festival, you can't replicate it, right? And so as long as they don't go out of their way to murder them, there's so much more money to be made with exclusivity, locking the door, keeping people out, but you got to pay $50 to get in. Well, I really want to get in. Well, welcome to the club. Oh, if you want to come back, it's another $50. Oh, right? So they find that fine line. Theaters might have to get cheaper in the future, but they're definitely not going to murder it. That would just be dumb. Can't make that kind of money. And that's also true too. Yeah. Yeah. Streaming is a joke to pirate. Well, yeah, for the consumer, it's about the experience. But for a corporate, all they care about is money. So how can I charge you more for less is always the end goal. And so if I can show a movie and give you only an hour and a half of my time and take $20 from you, great. What did that cost me, right? Or streaming, I got to give you potentially 24 hours a day and 30 days in a month of my bandwidth and my IPs for what, a measly $20, right? That barely covers my bandwidth costs. So what I have to do is then get a whole bunch of people that aren't watching, and it's like a gym membership, and I make money by the inactives to pay the actives. But if everyone went hardcore on the streaming, it would murder them. They would have to raise their prices, right? So anyways, it's an interesting balance. But yeah, theaters definitely have a place in the grand scheme. So AMC is just at the mercy of the theater companies, but they're providing a role just like a used car dealership or whatever, right? They're at the mercy of the cars coming down the pipe. But if they didn't exist, then that's something the dealership would have to do themselves. They'd have to run their own dealerships for their own vehicles and staff it and all this sort of stuff. And do they want to get into the car dealership business or the car manufacturing business? Now, of course, in the car business, they do own dealership, branded, whatever, right? You open up a dealership, you pay things, You set it up to their standards. And you're the owner of the dealership, but ultimately your affiliation, to my knowledge, they can shut you down kind of deal because you're using their brand. But if you were, say, a used car, right, then you're independent, right, to the movie theater company or the car company. But let's say you're a really big importer, exporter of vehicles. You're just not branded, right? So, if you went under, someone would have to replace you. And then corporate of the car company would have to replace you and your logistics and all your chain, right? So I think there is a symbiotic relationship. They don't want to rock that boat. And it's 100-year-old boat, right? 100 and something year boat. So they got connections. They know the people. So yeah, I think we're okay. I mean, unless something drastically changes, I think we're okay. So we'll see. Well, as a pretty hardcore pirate, I would have to say I don't watch anything really. I don't really care for mostly anything. But yeah, when it comes to movies, the few movies I watch, if it's not easily streamable, then it's like I don't care to watch it. I can't get off my butt to go to a movie theater and sit in an uncomfortable environment. And it's like if I really have to watch it, it's 2 clicks to pirate it. It's like done. So for me, I'm not a very good client of the movie theaters because I don't like them that per se. So I'd have to get off my ass, go do something and pay money for something I don't like to watch something that I may or may not like. Right. So I'm not a very good example, but where I'm going with this is that if you make the experience so painless and so comfortable, then you can win over people like me or people that are, a little more inclined to go to the movie theaters. Because then it's like, well, I could click 2 buttons and watch it on the stream, or I can go with a bunch of friends and we can share the experience and knowing something before other people do and, seeing a movie and talk about it at work or whatever, right? I don't really know the big draw, but I have a family member that really loves movies. He goes the second they're out every time, has to see them because he doesn't want someone to spoil it for them. But in my view, the psychology of it is that he wants to have something that he can hold over other people. I know something you don't know. I have more knowledge than you do. I've seen something or did something or experienced something that I know you care about, but I know it, you don't. And so I think that's the underlying drive. It makes him feel important for a short period of time. It drives that human need. Where obviously I don't give a shit about that. I don't care what people think about me. Aside from, I try not to offend everyone that's around me, but, I don't need to lord anything over anyone because who the hell cares? It's like, oh, if I died tomorrow, who the fuck cares, right? Well, I mean, you guys would care, but that's because you guys are greedy bastards that are leeching off my coattails, right? I provide something to you, right? And you guys provide something to me as well. There's a little bit of symbiosis here, but you feel the loss because I'm not here to give you the free shit, bastards. But anyways, so where I was going with that is that, I think theaters, if given enough time and a long enough runway, I think they're going to evolve to be more on demand, maybe smaller theaters, and you get to choose what's going on, or they're going to make the opening weekends easier to go to, or they're going to put more hype around the experience. I think there's definitely going to be more a push. AMC's got all this money now, right, to try to drive the next evolution of theaters, which is going to be a psychological. I don't think they're going to physically change too much, but I think they're going to psychologically try to ingrain themselves back into, America's psyche. And you kind of saw that too with the Avengers. Like, remember when they had the whole Thanos thing where it was like, don't leak or don't spoil it or whatever. Like, whatever the fucking shit that was, right? but that played into the whole experience. You go see something and then you keep it a secret. Don't ruin it for anyone else. And so there was a culture and a movement behind it, right? And I think they're going to try more and more for that. At least Marvel's definitely already down that road. But I think, Top Gun, you kind of saw that as well. This is 20 years in the making. It was, part of history, and now you're going to be the next part of history, right? So, whereas if it's like, ooh, it's coming to a stream and you can watch it at home, be a part of history, sitting on your couch, you fat bastard, it's not really the same, right? So, anyways, that's my take, right or wrong, but I think that's where we're headed. Whether or not we get there is a different story, but I think that's what they're going to try to do. So, I don't know where you're getting your bull flag from, unless that was the flag. The reason you can't make a flag off of this is because you got higher highs and lower lows. So you got a channel, if anything. Let's get rid of that. Oh, God, I do it every time. Delete the wrong one. My squirrels back? No squirrels. Jesus, where are my squirrels? One time I want to see my squirrels. Still not here. But the good news is these lines look, even though they're horizontal, it looks like this whole shape is kind of drifting upwards. Even the lines kind of look like they're going upwards just a little bit, but these lines are straight across the screen. Yeah, it was my monitor. My monitor had a slight tilt. I'm like, man, these lines do look like they're lifting. But also, yeah, because of the bottoms are kind of lifting, so it kind of gives the illusion. So I'm still not going to get in until this comes back down to this red line and then starts up a second time. I'm not trusting this bad boy. So it had some hesitation. This looks good. The volume looks good. But I have trust issues. Okay. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Beep, 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 beep. So for those that are just joining us, the bottom right-hand corner is a live camera for the squirrels whenever they decide to come out. So what you see up top is scaffolding, and that's what those bars are. And this is a concrete balcony, and they're doing repairs to the balconies above. But I actually probably could just do this, because you don't need to see that much of the wall. There. Good enough. Squirrels are more important. There we go. Sweet. Okay, so this might be a buy-in point. So we're just going to see. So we're leveling out, which is the start. And then we need to see weakness in red, then strength in green, and then off it goes. Okay. Give me an entry point so I can get rich. Please and thanks. Dow just shifted down. So I think we're going to hit some red because the Dow is now at 0.58. NASDAQ is actually 1.02 and S&P is 0.02. So the S&P has just been riding flat all day. I'm going to take a quick look at it. Yeah, it's just wiggle, 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 but neutral. Dow, not so much, just going south. And yeah, let's see GME. GME is doing okay. So they completed a small U shape, now a medium U shape, and they're aiming for a larger U shape. That's good for us. The short-term way of the Dow doesn't affect us. Then we should see green. So I think this red will tell us. If we get another red, brings us down to that red line, then we're going down. If this stays small red or no red, then next is going to go up. Pinned. And the market states down it is. I was expecting a pullback to this line at least. Then now we can do a bounce off this line. And then that tells us green strength. So if green would have pushed there, green would have been strong. Now that we got the red pull down, now we're going to see the response from green. And that will let us know what's going on. Oh, actually, I can actually chop this, can't I? I keep forgetting I can edit in OBS. So we don't actually need that big garbage top. Edit transform. Yeah, it's one of the greatest things about OBS is that I can just crop. I can crop video, live feed, websites. Like, oh my God, what a useful feature. So you can, oh, there's a car. So you can just make everything fit the format that you need it to. Bingo. I had a dog and his name was Bingo. Okay. Don't mind me. That was a good recovery on the green. Volume was medium. Okay, excellent. Excellent, Smithers. Okay, you're just going to lose a little bit of the corner, but who the hell cares? All right. So, good pushback. But now the market's telling us that that was too much from green. Now, if red doesn't get any bigger, then green's going to take control. If red goes back to where it was, then we're going to go down fast. Because that was green saying, no, you're wrong. And red goes, bitch, slap. No, you're wrong. And then, yeah, if you ever have like a solid red, then a green that destroys it, and then another red that destroys the green, it's curtains for green. Because that was all its energy to just say, you're wrong. And then red comes back and says, no, fuck you. And Yeah, not good. But here's not the case. So here we're stalling, right? So that's a good sign about going up because red didn't slap back, which means this is going to probably be green. And then if it gets over here, it's going to push, and then it can push again and we can go on a run. So I'm still hesitant to buy in, but you know, that was a good sign that it could continue. Now green just got crushed by red because it didn't go anywhere. So now it's red's turn, but red didn't go anywhere either. It just crushed green. And so now we're both kind of going, nobody wants to do anything. So it's just going to go back and forth until somebody fucking figures out who is going to win. So it looks like green, but then watch red slap this back halfway at least because it's too much and red still has a whole bunch of power. See? Let's see. A little bit more. Come on. Come on, red. You know, there you go. So there's halfway. So that was pretty much guaranteed because it's too much. Green was pushing too much. So now green's going to try again. And then we see how fast red reacts. So if red doesn't react here, this will be our launch. Because, yeah, you go up, red takes profit, whatever. You're doing the whole retraction pattern, but on a single candle. So red pushes it back to 50%. It doesn't want to be there, so it goes up a little higher. Cool. So here we are, what I was talking about 2 minutes ago. So that red right here kind of stopped. This is what should have happened right here, but that red kind of stopped it. And seeing that red hesitation as we got close to this line is probably going to set us back another couple minutes. Overall, we're still heading up, but red is definitely not asleep here. So if you stay in, you're probably going to be okay. I'm out because I got out just because it was too risky. Where did I get out? Got out here, I think, on the second time. Or I might have still been out from here. I think I got in, got out. But anyways, at some point I got in, got out. So I'm looking for a buy-in point regardless. So this is looking good. There's a little platform that's helping them do the push. So if it stays up and stays over, we're going. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, I'm in. So I'm going to get in on this FOMO. Red might slap us back to the line, but we're over, so we're due for a breakout. So let's see it. Yeah, see, no red slap back, at least not yet. So it's looking good for green continuing. Yeah, looking good. Yeah, it was good. It was a good morning for sure. Oh, let me update this. Okay, looking good. So this should be the breakout. Yeah. No real hesitation yet. Looking good. Yeah, plus I should want to be in now because we'll get our 1 o'clock and then our 2 o'clock or 2:30 is the push that they're doing now. Or is it 2:30 or 2? I think it's 2 actually. So I'm just going to ride this one out because I think we're going to go have our upswing after we push back this red. So I would say any of this is a good buy-in position because we broke over the line so we can show that we can make new highs. So any of these will be decent of this retraction. And then it'll level out, and then we'll go for another push. Hopefully before 1 o'clock. If not, before 2:30. So yeah, so red has all the opportunity to tank us into oblivion, and see they're not doing it. So yeah, that's gonna go up. So hopefully you got in, because now you're just making the money. For now, at least. All right, I'm gonna go again, check on the squirrels. Why this runs its course. Let me set it to auto. Well, actually, I'll just do this. There's no way it's going up to 60, 50 by the time I come back. All right, I figured out why the squirrels aren't coming, so this is going to be a while. And it's because the construction people are making a lot of noise, and they're through a whole bunch of scaffolding on the ground where they run around. So the new smells and the noises would keep them away. So it's going to be a while till we see the squirrels. Maybe they'll come by at lunch once these guys go away for an hour. Although technically it's 12:38, so or 12:37. I don't know what's keeping them, or why they're still working and haven't gone to lunch yet. Ugh. All right, so we're going into a mini pennant here. Guess it's time to take a comfy lay down while we wait for this to run its course. Okay. Just trash talking people on Discord. Right. I forgot I was supposed to cut some cables. That's what got distracted earlier today. Got distracted with money. How dare I? Okay. Now, what was I doing? Cutting some wires. All right, let's zoom this in so I don't fucking screw up. Let's set the microphone to turbo so I don't have to stand 2 inches from it. Oh, the microphone was already on turbo. Excellent. All right. Sweet. Okay, and everything is hunky-dory. What's that crawling around on the bottom of the screen? Human head? Oh, car in the background. Okay. Thought I saw a squirrel running around outside. I'll just make it a little bigger. I do enjoy my pet squirrels. Watch them frolic. The squirrels were outside and they were merry. Okay. All right, wire cutters, here I come. Okay, we're testing the bottom again. Okay. Now, I was testing that GPS. Oh, I can't test the GPS module until after the stream because I got to go for a walk. Wow, the fattest fly just flew by me. That thing's at least the size of a... I would say at least the size of a dime going on a quarter. Holy crap. It's like bumblebee size. It's amazing how you can open a door in the middle of a city for like 10 seconds and there's somehow a friggin' fly in your house. They must sense the temperature difference and then hover around the door. And then as soon as you open it, they're like, ooh, temperature difference. Yeah. Because it's like, geez, those flies. Let alone if you live in the country where there's tons of flies. You even think about opening a door and somehow a fly's in your house. All right. So we're still in a pennant here. Let's just drag her out. So there was a mini pennant here, and now there's a larger pennant here if we just drag the top out. The first one's on this support line, and the second one's on the support line of the bottoms of these guys, which is the one we're testing now. So I'd hope for more of a bounce. but it's not looking good. Oh, not bad. Perfect. Yeah, I got to set up. I was going to set up my second screen, but I ended up wasting all my time fighting with the monitor. Or sorry, the monitor, the microphone. Yeah, I'm going to have to dual screen it up. Partly because I just want to work on the chart. Like not in a 1080p. Like that's less than, it's probably 4 feet. Or wait, how big's a foot? No, so it's about a 2 foot window maybe, if that. So on my 4K monitor, it's maybe 11 inches across. So that'd be a foot. Yeah, let's say it's about less than 11 inches across. So I'm working on like a microscopic little square here. So like it's tiny. You can see how fast my mouse moves. It's like, so it works for mobile because I'm seeing it about the same size as you guys. But I'd love to see it a little bigger. Oh, a little bit of a pimp slap. See how green recovers. So somebody got a little bored. So it's probably the same guy in here, basically just pulling out. So you see high volume, no volume, then high volume. So it's probably one of these being challenged and they want to get out before their money has gone red. Doesn't mean it's right. Just explains why it's a sudden jump. Yeah. Oh, I'm definitely good on TV. I went and checked last weekend what I look like on a TV, and I'm like, not friggin' bad. On a TV, I could definitely shrink a lot of the stuff down. But on mobile, this needs to be as big as it is. But on a TV, I can do about half the size, and it's still razor sharp. I can shrink all of the stuff down in the bottom, half the size. But then it'd be no good for mobile because all of this would be unreadable. Yeah. And then the 5881, that's high contrast. So even on mobile and on like 114p, that's still readable. You can still make out what it's saying. So that's excellent for low bandwidth, hobo cellular. I've kind of, the top where my position is, you're going to have 1080p to see that, but that's not really relevant, right? You can still hear my voice. The chart still takes up, 80% of the screen. Well, probably more accurately, 60% of the screen. But I'm thinking of shrinking this down, so I could shrink this down to like that and get us a little bit more chart space. This might be the next adventure. Because the ticker is useful, but it's not insanely useful. Plus, if you're doing your own trading, like you have your own tickers going somewhere else, right? So this is not really relevant to anybody but me, but it's nice to have these up just so that you have context to AMC. So anyways, wow, X is getting, oh, that's not X, sorry, SNCR. Who was SNCR again? Synchronous Technologies. They're getting punted. Oh, this is the one I was looking at that looked really good, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is the people that do crypto but aren't crypto, I think. But yeah, they're leveling out. So like $2.60 would be a good buy-in. Yeah. Might get in on that. I think I remember that. I'll YOLO some money into it. So a little bit of a breakdown. See if we get pushed back in the channel. Wonder if my Raspberry Pi is overheating. I should check its thermals. So another breakdown. Still don't think it's too grim. So generally you make your highs for the day by 12, but we made it at 12:30. But I still don't think we're done. I think this is just afternoon lull because the volume is kind of meh minus those spikes. So once this is over with, I think we're still going to go up. Oh, actually, also another good one. So we've been following Carnival Cruise Lines for a bit, right? And they just got hit with data breach. But man, that's just temporary headwinds, right? So that's just discount tendies, courtesy of hackers. Yeah, Carnival Cruise Lines. So they got nailed, I think, over the weekend. No, yeah. See? So they're just getting murdered right now because the data breach, right? And so that's just pure discount. So that will help if we take a look at this, get rid of the Dow. So that's just going to put them down in a temporary hole. Look at the volume down from, their highs from the recovery play that they are, right? So if we go to the year, right, they've been recovering. So they're up 158% in a year. And then we're getting a discount of 6% today, but let's say a total discount of about 20%. So it's on 20% off tendies on, which you can see has a clear channel, right? So the vaccines are in the arm and they're going to come out a swinging. You may want to wait till after earnings, but it could be a bit of a power play if earnings are not as bad as people accept or think. So this might level out like this and then do this, or just like that, right? So I don't know. Anyways, that was another one I meant to mention because, whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, you can see here we're tightening up. So even with the short-term red, we're tightening up for a blast off by any means. Just temporary headwinds here. Yeah, so you're going to want to be in the market sooner than later. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, something to keep in mind. CCL, I believe, right? CCL. But yeah, like, ooh, my corporation got hacked. So yeah, that looks bad. And yeah, you lost some money, but who the fuck cares? Like, I mean, you're going to have to pay fines and there's going to be lawsuits and whatever. So that's going to impact your bottom line, but it's not going to stop you from running your giant cruise ships. Now, if the hacker hacked the cruise ship, it's a different story. That might, people are really fearful of their safety, right? What if I'm on a boat and the hacker takes it over and turns off the engines? Nothing's going to fucking happen, even without engines. So what? He's going to set the engines to overload and target a nuclear missile on your coordinates because he hacked into your phone. Like you can just go into a mile on that, right? But there's people that worry about that, right? But still, hacking the boats would shake consumer confidence. But hacking data breach happens all the time, right? So, anyways, it's seems like a free money. I'm just checking something on my phone here. I'm trying to see if the Raspberry Pi is on fire. I thought the Raspberry Pi had a thermal. Oh, there it is. Ooh. Yeah, she's a little warm. It's running at 57 Celsius right now. It's only 10% CPU, but 77% of its RAM just to stream video. But that's also because the camera does all the processing on the camera, which is why you use the Raspberry Pi camera versus a USB camera, because most USB cameras require the processing on the computer. But some of them don't. And they are awesome. Some Logitechs, I have one that does all the processing on camera. Because back in the day, it would lag your game out while you're gaming because of all the CPU overhead. Not so much anymore, but yeah. Okay, where's my endpoint? I'm in at 59.19. So I got in an average. 59.19. My average is here. Okay. Okay, that works for me. So I'm going to go unplug a GPS module and plug in another one, and I will be right back. So I think we're just going to bounce in these channels and hopefully go for a breakout. Yeah. I'm going to see if this module is working. Oh, well, I missed a bit of a drop there, but the squirrel's out. He's laying on a pole. Ooh. So went too long sideways, I guess. But we don't have to worry until we touch these greens. This is looks like the market, S&P and the Dow are acting on some bad news. So it's not us, it's them, which means we should recover from it shortly. You can't see the squirrel yet. No, can't see the squirrel yet. He's just off to the left, laying on a pole. He won't come to the camera because there's a guy standing to the right by the door, and he's making noise. Yeah. So Krispy Kreme's an interesting one because I didn't think that company was doing that well, but apparently they're doing pretty well. And it's like employees is a short-term problem. There's no shortage of employees. What there's a shortage of is employees that are willing to work garbage because they've had a taste of freedom and now they want it, right? And so that's the real problem. But corporate America and corporate Canada and probably corporate Europe has to figure this out, right? It's the same problem China and any developed country has. People don't want to be serfs working in farms anymore. They want, cars and house and land, and now you have to give it to them or they're going to fight you. Now, we've gone past that. Now we're at the point where, okay, slave jobs and working poor, we don't want that anymore, right? And now we're going back to unionized, expensive labor, where we kind of were, but not all of us. But now the lower dredges have got a taste of the higher dredges, and of course they want it, right? And I think that's really the bigger problem. So either the higher dredges have to go down, which the nobility never really gives up their land, or we elevate the lower end, and that's usually what we do. We just keep bringing up the lower end, but we have to have an income disparity or the rich don't feel rich. If there's no one to lord over and there's nothing to buy and there's nothing to do, then what's the point of having money, right? And then that's kind of, America has a very wide income disparity. Canada, not so much because everyone's taxed into oblivion. And Europe, I don't know, but I presume less for same reasons. It's like, oh, you're rich? Give us half your income. Oh, good times, right? Whereas, say, maybe Russia, I don't know how bad they are on taxation, but I know you have super poor, and then you have realistically super rich compared to, them. Same with Africa, I presume. China used to be that way. Now it's getting better, but you still have people that live on $10 a month versus somebody that's bringing home $50,000 a year, US, right? And so, anyways, so keeping that all in mind, I don't know really what to think about Krispy Kreme because, okay, labor problem, fine, but really, can a donut company really go that far? Like, they're not bad donuts, but are they that good? But then again, I've seen less sell for more. Like, fucking Pokemon cards are still around. It's a fucking piece of paper. You can't even eat it. So it's like, I don't know. It's, I don't know. Well, he must have answered something about infrastructure they didn't like. The Dow and the S&P are heavily driven by infrastructure because those are going to be the companies that provide the solutions, right? Well, some of them will be at least. That's the spirit, TARDIS. Oh, also TARDIS, we out of fairness, we had to remove your third win title. The market settled, and it settled in Overkill's favor. But going forward, we're going to set whatever it ends at the end of the day is the winner, so I don't have to keep adjusting it. So we've I kept your winning, your what you wanted, but we're just gonna strip you of your hat trick, unfortunately. Just to be fair and to let you know, since you're now here. Ugh. Oh, Jesus. I'm stripping wires. Oh, why was I stripping wires the wrong way? Like an idiot. Oh. Rip the wire. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, it's only fair because I did it to Stacy and somebody else, just because the market settles, and sometimes it settles weirdly. But yeah, well, I shouldn't say weirdly, but sometimes it settles off by a good chunk. Nothing's weird. Unexpectedly, that's the word I would want to use. Perfect. There's a good wire strip. Strip it real good. Bam, 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 bam. Oh yeah. Well, now that you're here, you can take the pin message if you want to set one. Oh, fuck me. Just snap the wire. Do, 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 do. So we're just keep on trucking here while I'm stripping wires. Today's goal is to test the 2 GPS modules and to get them mailed. Fuck. Just stripped off half the wire. This wire is not liking me today. It's really fine wire, so sometimes I just end up snapping the wire. Bingo. Okay. I'm actually using, yeah, I think it's 24 gauge, if not even smaller. Basically, it was the cheapest wire I could get, but it's solid copper. You don't want stranded. But it's cheap Chinese wire, so you got to fight with the jacketing sometimes because it's not PVA or vinyl. This is just some of my older stock. My new stock, I got silicone coated wires, and it's like, oh my god, they're a joke to strip. It's like, really, for the extra blank amount of dollars, the time you save and the hassle you save, it's worth every penny. Even for the cost difference is, you know, astronomical. I'm not wiring a whole house here. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I've just visited my local AMC and I'm just borrowing some of their wires. Now I'm wiring up another GPS module. I'm going to mail out to my students that are working on the pothole device. I'm going to mail them out that GPS module. And then I'm going to test this one for me because my other GPS module looks fried, which is what I just went and tested. And it's not looking functional. So if this one looks functional, then I know it's dead. Because it's hard to tell, you know, if you only have two, is it like this correct behavior or is this correct behavior? But the other one doesn't seem to work, but it could just be wired up wrong or something. It just randomly stopped working over 3 years. I had it in storage and it just gave up the ghost. It's also possible that there's a little battery on it. Maybe the battery went too long without a charge and now it won't charge. So it's quite possible like it died because GPS modules, good ones, will have a battery on them to remember the satellites. So they have a warm up period, and then when they're hot, they'll remember the satellites between the the shutdowns, and the turn ons. Yeah. And you could even go as low as just getting the antenna and processing it yourself. But having a dedicated module offloads the CPU power to the module, and then the module can do whatever the hell it wants, and then just gives you the codes. So you don't have to do all the triangulation and all the other bullshit and all the maths. Save those CPU cycles. So, anyways, that's what I'm up to. Holy crap. Right off the bottom of the screen while I was looking away. How much money am I losing here? Fair deal. Well, 2 sell-offs. So basically we're going for a crown shape is what we're doing here. Right? So this, the reason these are big is because we're starting to move into this territory. So all of what's in the square is represented by this green right here. Right? And so they went, here's the 50% mark, right? They tried to stave it off and they didn't. So we're completing that. The good news is once that's over with, then we can go up. And yeah, there's your 1 o'clock push, but it wasn't enough. So I'll let it roll and we'll probably get our next push somewhere in here. So I'm guessing it'll probably go sideways and then we'll get our next push in here. Remember, brush les dents. Brush your teeth. All right. Guess I gotta fire up. Where's the other one? I gotta fire up the old soldering iron. Mm-hmm. Head. Okay. So yeah, I'm still watching this, just setting up some wires here. Go team wire strippers. Okay. All right. Got the wires all juiced up. I really love shrink tubing, heat shrink tubing. So good. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, that's a little too much excitement for that overkill. It's like Overkill is our channel's field reporter. He keeps us apprised of the news. Oh, did something affect my water? Was there a squirrel up there? I just saw the water wiggle. I figured you'd say something if there was a squirrel. They're pretty cute. Unless you have a garden. Then they're destructive as hell. Earthquake, yeah. Well, I think I mentioned it when we first started this stream, is that I was online with somebody when the London bombings hit. I heard them go off in the background. And then the other one was I was watching a live stream of Iraq. It's just someone out their window, and I watching the a Humvee just come whizzing through, and then a whole convoy later. So I've had some interesting live streams in my time. This will be the first squirrel stream, though. Okay. Oh, sweet. All right. Yeah, the squirrel will come back. There's still, I think, a bunch of nuts there. So we're just letting this thing run its course. Hopefully it runs up. Oh yeah, there's still peanuts. You can see them right there. So he should come back. Yeah. Okay. Get this show on the road. Damn, she's still going down. I'll take a look at it as soon as I'm done soldering here. This is hard enough as is. Try to get these wires in the holes. Yeah, see, it still looks like it's just the market. So once this is done, you know, crashing, I think we'll level out. I don't think this is the beginning of a major rout. All right. Okay, now I'll get to solder this. Oh, hey, there's the squirrel. Hey, there he is. Let's see which one he is. Aw, that looks like the boy. Let's see, I can't adjust the exposure, unfortunately. But, actually, I could just look out the window 1 second. Yeah, that's the young boy, not the old one. See how thin he is? Like his neck and his torso, you can see it there. Yeah, that's the oh, he's drinking his little water. Fresh water is hard for them to come by, so they drink out of puddles and all that. Clean water is good for them. Get thirsty after eating all those nuts. D's nuts. Yeah. So he's probably a year old or less than a year old. I really don't know my squirrels that well. But you can tell the older ones, their eyes are a little droopier. They're a lot more bigger. Yeah. Sweet. Well, I'm going to, as long as he's not eating my wires. And he's, oh, yeah, see the construction guy's scaring him off to the left, but he'll feel relatively safe there. He's just unsure. And see how thin his tail is? Usually the young ones, they all have like shitty ass tiny tails, like made of straw. Oh, now you're getting squirrel butt cam. Whoa. My Raspberry Pi is still functional? Still running? Is there any motion? Can't tell if anything's moving. All right, I'm gonna have to go check it. It might have just fell down and broke. BRB. No, it looks good. Okay, time to solder this biatch. So I'm just gonna have to do some soldering, so I'm not gonna be super communicative here because I have to eyeball this and it's gonna be hard. Okay. Itching hot soldering iron. Let's All right. All right. Well, that time I didn't have an allergic reaction, so that's good. Last time I did this, my whole throat closed up, and that was great. A little bit of suffocation, no breathing. So the wire is 26 gauge. Small wire. All right. And I'll post my final work to Discord so you can see what I just did if you care. Holy crap, my hands are shaky. Thank God for image stabilization. Okay, we're just trucking along here. It's still blurred. What do I need to do? Yes, I gotta hook these. All right. Debating buying in. I would say not a bad idea. Buy in, and if you don't see any major uptick by 14:30, then bail out. I wouldn't say it's a bad point to buy in. I think the worst of it's over. How's the Dow looking? Yeah, the Dow's done too. So yeah, not a bad point to buy in. Other people are going to realize that and then drive up the price, and that's coming next. All right. All ship shape in Bristol fashion. And then posted to the Discord is now with the wire hookup. So that looks good. I'm not going to go outside and check it because last time I did that, I lost $300. Nope, I'm going to stay here and watch my money disappear. Okay, hook this up. Bingo. Oh yeah, that's right. Today is the GME on the Russell, and they're only getting 2.6 because of that. Ooh, GME. Ooh, not doing so good. Hey guys, greatest news ever. Pandemic's over. GME goes up 1%. Ah. If that's what you do on the greatest news ever, God help you on the bad news. Yeah, I think we're still on track. All right, I'm going to risk it and I'm going to go outside and plug this in. Think we have enough support here because you see the volume spiked up when they tried to sell. So, yeah, I think I should be okay here. Probably need new lemons is what we really need. That's really the problem, the lack of lemons. You know, we had lemon fresh run up. Like, look at that, just boom. But you know, lemons can only go so far. So hopefully, we'll just completely blockade. Here, there we go. That should do it. She'll be right, as the Australians say. All right, BRB. It went down again. The Raspberry Pi got shut off. The bang I heard was the squirrel disconnecting the power cable. So it looked like it was still good, but the power cable fell out. So I'm just fixing that now, and I'll be back. We're still trending along the line, so that's not bad. So I'm expecting we're going to get that breakout later in the day. Okay, I'm almost back. How we looking? Not too bad. All right, I'm just filling up the water for the squirrel and then I'm back. So both my GPS modules work. So life is good. Or I should say both of them turn on. Yeah. All right. And I'm back. Okay. Don't mind that. Just timed out while I was getting that all set up. I'll probably have to adjust this. You can see how much of the screen is one window. Yeah, I'm gonna have to adjust this. There we go. Everything else, so this one did not snap right. As always, this one. There we go. Ooh, it's definitely warm outside today. Okay, yeah, the squirrel cam's frozen. Yeah, I found out it got disconnected when the squirrel jumped. But I think I've already mentioned that. Looks like those lemons are working out. Yeah. What's the temperature now outside? It's 31. Yeah, it's not too bad. Okay, so I'll put that in the mail tomorrow so I don't have it cooking. Not that it really matters, but... yeah. Hope we can get away with just a single envelope. Now, for UPS, don't really need to analyze them, but UPS is completely driven by how much volume it's moving, right? So with UPS, I don't know the logistics companies that well, but you have to basically just weigh out their contracts and how favorable they are. So are they reliable service? People like them. They choose them over the competition. Is Amazon using them? Now, Amazon goes with the cheapest lender, basically, to keep it fair. And also so they save money. Whoever offers the lowest gets the win. But I'm sure they have arrangements in certain cases where it's like, look, we'll give it to you sub-market rate as long as you give us this much volume, you know. And so there's probably stuff like that. But that's what you'd have to look into with analyzing their stock. Now, remember, everything's hyperinflated because of online shopping, right? So you're going to look at a short-term tumble when retail opens, right? Now, retail still needs products moved, and they may use those companies, especially medium and small business, aren't going to have their own logistics chains, right? But there'll be a complete drop from all the medium, large businesses that don't use them for supply, but use them for deliver. Because now they can just use their retail, right? Hence why they have retail, so they don't have to pay shipping on everything, right? There is money saved in retail in some extent. Now, shipping's getting really cheap, as proven by Amazon. And so, there is money saved by not having retail. Labor's expensive, right? But if you can get your staff down to like 5 people for an entire store, right? You'd go the Japanese way. They have mega stores, but there's one staff member, and most of it's robotic. Aside from getting the product to you in your hands, everything else is automated. And so, yeah, you can go that way, right? And so you walk around, you get the look and feel, and the product is in your hands. You walk out the door. Restocking is not a big deal. You're not turning over $1 items. You're turning over $500 items, $1,000 items. So your labor is negligent, right? Because then the person also has the chance to make the sale. If the person's hemming and hawing about it, they can settle their mind, right? And that's kind of how department stores used to be with women. They'd be like, oh, you look good with that, and all this sort of stuff, right? So anyways, not to get on a long tangent about retail, but you got to weigh that all out, right? So I think, just speculating that they would take a hit. Once retail's back in the groove and can do what they do, they're going to need less of them, at least for the short term. But I think global shipping is on the rise. And you can look at I think it's the Baltic Dry Index, and that will tell you what's going on with shipping. But shipping containers are on the all-time high, if I remember correctly. So, shit's going up, right? So UPS will get a cut of that. When the tide lifts, UPS will get a cut of it. And if UPS gets into international shipping, moving their own boats, not just airplanes, then, they might even already do that. Then you can start looking at, the share price going up as they take more market share, right? So hopefully you were there for that, Paul. If not, well, too bad. But anyways, that's what you'd be looking into if you're going to try to analyze that company. Just a rough, because I have I shouldn't say no, but limited knowledge in logistics, aside from like the military logistics. But when it comes to like how retail supply chains work, I got a rough picture of it. Properties. Refresh. There we go. So I adjusted the camera. Right. Looks like the bottom's cut off. Yeah. Let's get that fixed. Okay. I'll go out there and adjust the squirrel cam. This is on its climb, so that's good. So we're basically going to just keep climbing up, and I'm expecting a push at the 230 mark, and then we'll probably fizzle into here and maybe finish strong or finish flat, but we'll at least get back up probably another dollar at least. Oh, I shouldn't say at least. Yeah, let's say at least. We got another dollar in the tank, I think. We'll see. Just have to load up remote desktop. Waiting for the Raspberry Pi to connect. Okay. Okay. No such Okay, it's got a problem here. My code is borking. Okay, should be fixed now. Okay, excellent. And there's our push, preempting the 230. I figured something like this was going to happen. My spidey senses were tingling. Okay. Good. So now it's running. I just have to adjust the camera and all is good. Okay, BRB. All right, perfect. And the exposure is better now that I tilted it closer to the wall. Good. Well, hopefully we get a squirrel. And it will be excellent. Just need to update this. There you go. Oh, I hear a squirrel. Edit transform. Yeah, I hear a squirrel running on the metal. Okay. Let's get that a little bigger. Okay. Shrink that down. All right, we'll leave that up and see what happens. That should be live now. Yeah, you can see the car in the background. Good. All right. Yeah, it's not a perfect device. I have to, every time it loses power, I got to go set it up, run the code. It broadcasts to a local host, and then I cut that on another computer and send it to you. So, not bad. I could technically make the URL public, and you could actually dial into it. And I might try that post-stream, because the squirrels will come by for those that want to watch squirrels. But for now, this will do. Gives us something to look at. And where's the chat window? Here it is. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, actually, if I switch the camera the other way, behind that wall is like 5 or 6 construction vehicles. They have like a depot behind me that are constantly doing work. So they're kind of interesting. There's a huge cat bulldozer. There's a thing that runs over and flattens earth, steamroller, minus the steam, I guess. So a roller. Yeah. The steamroller is kind of fun when you watch it drive around. It's just these big metal wheels just rolling. It's like, it's an interesting little machine. It fills a niche role. And you may actually even see the squirrel between the cracks of the board. You might be able to see him by that. That's a black fence down there. And it goes down a set of stairs. And they sit on the railing sometimes. So you just see him right at the bottom there. But so far, no bueno. They'll run across the bars in the background. Those 2 bars of the scaffolding. Even the diagonal one sometimes. And they usually come from the right or the bottom left, which you can't see. So, but there's people working out there now, so it'll probably keep them away. But now that they know there's food here, they'll be back. Can't keep a good squirrel unfed. Jesus, there's that mega fly again. It's like a little miniature watermelon. Thing's big. Must have got some healthy food this year. Some good steaming dog doo-doo grew this guy into a massive fly. Holy crap, he is big. Yeah, he just landed on the wall beside me. Yeah, he's about the length of a quarter and about half the width of a dime. Pretty big. Damn. Beefy. It's getting into those Monsanto GMOs. The pesticides aren't working. They're the size of cats now. Oh shit, we mixed it up. Well, the good news is they're easy to kill now. Just go out with a shotgun and skeet shoot the flies. The bad news is there's about 12 million of them. And the sky's now darkened. That would make for a good TV show. The hills have flies. It's like, yeah, good news and bad news. Oh, I think you can see a squirrel tail. I think I just, oh, yep, yep. I in the corner of my eye. Look at him go. Thinking about it. Trying to figure out if it's safe. You going for the water? Can't tell. Oh, he might have been drinking the water. Oh, there's a little squirrel. Yeah. Doesn't know what this camera is, but he did a quick 2-second check. Let me, your head's cut off here. Transform, edit transform. So the the thing tried to auto compensate the exposure for the black squirrel. So it's a little bit, this thing doesn't have good HDR. It's a $30 all-inclusive camera. There he is. So since we're just waiting for this to go sideways, I'll just make this a little bigger. There we go. It's definitely far more interesting than this sideways boy. Now just quickly take a look at this. Oh, we're still trending on the same acceleration line. It's just getting shifted over, so good. We're still looking at going up. Good. Oh, this is a good end of the day. I got squirrels. I got 2 tested GPS modules. Made a bunch of money. I'm now in the hole 360, but it's temporary. But I made a good amount of scratch overnight, which is good. And then we'll probably see tomorrow be good as well. So all the people that missed out on Monday, Tuesday will level out, and then the rest of the Fast and the Furious news will percolate, and you know, people start talking about what's next in the pipe, blah 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 blah. And then we might start making the news channels like later in the day, because it's like, well, Fast and Furious did this, and guess what? AMC is still a hype, whatever, and they'll make the correlation, waking up some boomers, and we'll see that tomorrow. And then I don't know when the hype will wean off, but you know, normally with movies, it's first weekend, then first week, then month, and then their total when they're done. But usually after like their initial run, which is usually, I think it's 2 weeks to a month. It used to be 2 weeks, but I think now, like, I forget Tenet. Tenet was what, like 3 months it ran for, right? Because like there was nothing. Tenet was just made to save the movie industry because they had nothing. It's like, okay, I'm gonna just make this fucking weird ass thing, whatever. It just gives you something to put up there in the middle of the pandemic. Let's do it. Yeah, I think King Kong was 2 weeks. Most Marvel probably 2 weeks to a month. Like I think, well, that's a while ago though. Iron Man and all that were almost 10 years ago now. Like fuck. Yeah, the Marvel Cinematic Universe started in what, 2002? And so the last one was 2012, 2018. Something like that. I might have my numbers off, but yeah, just Jesus, I'm old. Oh, it's a little squirrel. So I think that's the guy squirrel. So this is a different squirrel from this morning. There's 3 of them that can show up. The guy squirrel will be the least scared. He's the more, not afraid of the world. Lady squirrels are pretty timid. Although when they're hungry, holy crap. Oh, there we go. Yeah, when they're hungry, they get aggressive. Especially, I guess, when they have youngins to feed. I don't know. Okay, so it's on auto exposure. And it does a pretty shitty job. Alright, so we're still just trucking sideways. Aw. Oh yeah, this is the one with the bump on the head. No, this is a lady squirrel. She's got the bump over her eye. So this might be the same squirrel from this morning. Yeah. Hard to tell their size from this camera angle. I think that's a lady squirrel. Yeah. The guy squirrel's like twice as big as this squirrel. Yeah. Okay, so looking good. So it might have been the other lady squirrel this morning. Yeah, this one does look bigger. Do you have a CAD account? Yes, I do. I have both US and Canadian account. I trade in my US account right now, but I still have a Canadian account. Yeah. So no 230 push, but there was preemption. So when you have preemption and it doesn't come true, you'll see some negativity. But we'll see if the red gets staved off here. Yep. That's right outside my window. Exactly. Only place in the internet where you'll get AMC stocks and a live stream of a squirrel. Please tell me how not to make that mistake again. Oh, yeah. It's brutal. Well, you just have to have a US margin account. So if you have a US margin account, you should be trading in that. If you accidentally selected it, then you just finish your position and then start back in the US once your money comes back to you. Because yeah, it's almost an 8% damage. It's at minimum 2.5, 2.5, which is 5% minimum damage. Generally, it's somewhere around 8% because they give you bad interest rates. So there's a 2.5% fee, and then they hide another God knows what with a bad interest rate on the US Canadian dollar. So it's like, oh my Lord, they can ding you from 5 to 8%. Yeah, yeah. Well, when you do the math, you've only lost 2 to 8%. But if it's a lot of money, yeah, it's a lot of damage. But if you do the math, you'll find out you probably didn't lose that much, unless you're moving a lot of money, like 60 grand. 2.5. So that'd be $10,000. It would be $100,000, 50K. Yeah, I guess that's right. I'm bad at math, but that sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah, because it's both ways. So you lost 1,250 one direction, then both directions. So then 1,000. Yeah, so 50. Because if it was 100, it would be 2,500, 25%. Yeah. Yeah. Except you should have lost at 100K, you should have lost what the hell is it? You should have lost 5 grand. So that's only one way. So you still... Oh, no. Yeah, right. Because it's half, both ways. Okay, I'm really bad at math. Got it. Because it's both ways, it comes out to 2,500. If it was 100K, it'd be one way. Total round trip, 5%. Yeah, got it. Oh, man. I can trade stocks, but don't get me to do basic math. Cool. But yeah, anyways, just make sure you always have US margin selected. So when you have your little prompt screen come up, and never have any money in your CAD account is another way. Oh, look at the squirrel. Don't eat my camera. Don't eat my camera. It doesn't know what to think of the camera. They like to nibble on stuff, especially when they're young because their teeth are coming in. Last thing I need is some teeth marks. Okay, just going to check. Yeah, it's still on the screen. Okay, so we didn't get the push that we expected, so this is the fallout of that. Oh, set this up with a lemon. Still think we're going to finish strong. I don't think we're going to lose our daily here. This is just probably people piling out just because they didn't get the money they expected. Oh, there's a new Batman coming? When did that get announced? No, don't eat the wires. Trying to figure out if any of that's edible. Ooh, that's odd. Squirrel's washing its face. And it ran out of food, so it's done. Looks like it pissed all over the balcony, though. Look at all that shine. Gross. Really? The vampire guy from Twilight is going to be Batman? Or is he the Joker? I mean, he's not a bad actor. But a British-esque Batman? I guess when he's in the cowl, you only need his mouth. Yeah, he's not bad. No, definitely he's not bad at all. I've seen his work and it's like this guy knows what he's doing. I don't know how he is as a person because I'm not a director, but his ability is not crap for sure. So he's Batman, eh? Yeah, I guess when he's in the cowl, you know, because he has a pretty intense eye glare. He's like Del Toro, forget his first name, but he has incredible like eye stare. Like his face is always like Clint Eastwood, just squinty. That's all he does is squinty. And so it's like if you put that face in a Batman cowl, it's not going to come out good. Same with like Clooney. Clooney's Batman. You know, his eyes were too small. You kind of need big ass eyes to really make that work. Yeah, but Christian Bale is epitome of American Psycho American, right? So even though he's not, you know, American, you know, no one associates Christian Bale as Welsh, you know? Yeah. Although Heath Ledger's Batman, I don't know if I'd say that's the best Batman, but it was definitely a new edgy Batman, you know, versus the cartoony fun Batman, right? And I think that's really, you know, why I think everyone loved him so much. Honestly, I really liked the Joker from Gotham, which was the guy that plays I can't remember his name from Shameless. Oh yeah, I did say American Psycho. Yeah, but I'm saying like he's the epitome of American suit, right? I wouldn't peg Bale as Welsh, right? So yeah. But yeah, I really enjoyed Gotham, the TV series. Yeah, Vin Diesel's definitely going to die doing the Fast and Furious. But apparently the newest one started a bunch of spin-offs. They set it up. Ben Affleck's Batman, yeah, I like him better for dialogue, you know. But Batman versus Superman was funky to start with, right? It had the same problem with Justice League. It's like, Superman is a god character, but they have to nerf him to make him fit. But his writing makes him a god. But then it's like, oh, God, it's all over the place. Yeah, neat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I mean, when you look at Patterson, you would say, okay, he's British, right? When you look at Bale, you wouldn't say, oh, he's Welsh. You would put him as American Psycho, right? I'm not saying Patterson can't cut it. It's just he's personified. He has a very British face, right? Where I would not say Bale has a very Welsh face, but he might. I see him as, yeah. Yeah, just waiting for that water to dry, and then I was going to go put some more food out. Who? Patterson? Geez, the name is British. Yeah, Batman versus Bane was definitely a commentary. The whole Bane character was a commentary on strife, right? And so, it was an American personification because a lot of, from a Canadian perspective, American movies are about 2 years behind social strife. So if something comes up, like say there's a race war, all of a sudden 2 years later, all the movies are about race wars in different 50 different versions, right? All of a sudden, women start liking smutty stuff. Boom, all of a sudden you got promiscuous women, Sex in the City. You got all this sort of crap going on because everyone wants to cash in on it. Iraq war, boom. Afghanistan, boom, right? They're not very creative. They don't generally preempt. So if America goes through a strife like the housing crisis, or they go through a strife that everyone's broke, working middle class, job slavery, all of a sudden there's a bazillion fucking shows and movies to comment on it, right? And a lot of them aren't that creative. And so Bane was one of them. He's a commentary. And I'm sure the next Batman, and same with Heath Ledger's Joker, he was commenting on the hypocrisy of governments, right? He's like, oh, who's the real bad guy here? The guy who fights, because he's insane and wants a better world, or the guy who goes around and enforces his vigilante will on everyone because he deems himself right. And that's the whole Batman is the Dark Knight, but in a vigilante at the end of it, right? That treads between evil and all that sort of stuff, which makes him a conflicted character, an anti-hero, which is why he's such a good character overall. He's one of my favorite written characters, Batman, just because you have so much strife, right? And if you play it up right, it makes for a very good storyline. You have a character you understand. He gets into moralistic issues. At the end of the day, he just goes, I'm Batman. Fuck it. And beats everybody up. And it simplifies things, right? It's very American way. We could talk. Nope, get the guns out. Let's just solve it, get it over with. And it cleans things up. You don't have to diplomacy for 20 years, right? Just fucking shoot it up, get it done. Winner takes all, trial by ordeal. So, yeah, we still do end of day TARDIS. You didn't break us. So we will be doing that at 3 o'clock. So I'm just going to refeed the squirrel and then, or re-prep the squirrel. And then we'll start the end of days probably when I get back. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the next Batman. I've never really been disappointed with the Batman movies. Because yeah, it's just fun. It's like the Mortal Kombat's just fun to brainless. Warms a certain part of your heart. It fills that empty void. Okay, good. So the squirrel's been re-prepped. Oh, the animated series of Batman is the best. Before Babylon 5 and a few other TV shows, the animated series was one of the first things I could clearly say, holy crap, this is good. Like, good story, good writing, good everything. I don't know anyone that disagrees with me. Like, everyone loves the animated series. And it was just so well done. Like, and they got smart, because Batman is essentially a guy in a leather sex suit, right? So, but they made his eyes super big and expressive. That when he glares, it's like the smart stuff they did with Samurai Jack. They overexpress his eyes so that you can feel the emotion without having to see it in the body. And it's like, fucking good. Really well done all around. Oh, yes, you told me that. Yes. Oh, just in time to stop the timeout. Okay, so we'll clear the board and we'll take your end of days. You have till 3:30 to give them to me. Then you're cut off. There we go. That's much more readable. Yeah. Yeah, the tattooed Joker was pretty much depressing. Are you talking about that one, or are you talking about the one that was more like a clown, where like the guy was supposed to be super depressing? Like, I swear, some directors, they just want to like, I want to show everyone pain. You're like, okay, but that's not what Americans go to theaters for. Yes, but pain for everyone. Just like mother, she does not love me no more. Oh Jesus. Oh yeah, the more real to life guy. Yeah. Yeah, everyone said the same thing. It was hard to watch, depressing. It's like I guess that's what they're going for, but like, you know, there's a little bit of um what to say. Escapism is very popular in movies, right? You don't want to watch something that's going to injure you because, that's why some people don't watch documentaries, or we don't spend all day watching Schindler's List over and over and, shake hands with the devil and enjoy documentaries about Rwanda and the genocides of every day. Because, like, all right, life sucks. Let's not add on the suck wagon, right? So to take a beloved character and try to ramp that up, yes, a little bit makes you edgy. A lot of it just makes you wasting my time kind of deal. But on that note, that Joker that was all tattooed up, which I thought was Johan there, that was hard to watch as well. Partly just because what the hell? Oh, damn. So those that are new, we take end of day. Yeah, agreed. Um, so for those that are new, we take end of day bets. Last betting closes at 3:30, and it's closest one too. Oh, it's Jared Leto's Joker. Yeah, frig. Excellent. Now, where am I gonna bet? still optimistic it's going to go up. Well, nothing on the squirrel cam. I'm going to just minimize the squirrel cam for now till the squirrel comes back. Just because now we got crap up on the screen. So the overall trend for today has been this. Then we had a little bit of a lull, and then we're back on track. See, this and this are pretty much the same. So over compensated, smaller as we stay on the line, right? Then there was a sideways kind of negativity, but that corresponded with the Dow taking a big suck. So the first one didn't kill us, but the second one really tampered us down. Like you can see we have the energy and it's like the Dow crashes and we're like, So we go sideways, even though they're going nuclear-ish, relatively nuclear, I guess. And then we're like, eh. And the second time we're like, no, we don't have it. But now that they've recovered, we're a little pessimistic. We didn't recover as well, but I think we could surge up. You know, the Dow's pretty much recovered itself back into its, you know, it's recovered, but it's still down a fair deal, right? Like, so. Yeah, if we didn't have the Fast and the Furious, today would have probably been an all red day. But I think on that news alone, the Dow shittiness, and the Dow will probably be fine tomorrow once they get over this whole, oh, I hear scratching. No, that might be the ladder, not the squirrel. Anyways, so yeah, where am I going to bet? Yeah, I'm thinking it might go up. Yeah, let's get rid of the Dow. So if I put this here, it's Dr. Overkill at best and Zeus at worst. Oh yeah, look at the volume. This wouldn't be a double W though. Oh, well, there's this W. Oh, okay, I see it now. I was like, that's not a W, but yeah, I can see it right here. That's a pretty good W. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly a W. So this is the bat shape, essentially. But you can just round it out to being a V or a W if you really want to. It doesn't really matter. If you don't get that, then it's the cat shape. There's the tail and there's the head of the cat, and the tail can be the other way as well. So, but that's good. That shows you the bottom. This is the breakout. There's the roll as expected. And then now you're up top. So once the roll is over, which should be soon, then you should take off after a small retraction. Yeah. Where to bet? I could just play it safe and bet at like here. Well, I got 30 minutes to figure this out. I want to friggin' win one of these. Reclaim my title. I'm running the damn stream. Oh, and what's your bet, Tom? You can wait if you don't have it. I was just curious. 60. It looks like you can see here it's slowing down, which makes sense. It's later in the day. So if we adjust for a slowdown and then adjust a little bit more for another slowdown, let's try that out for size. Where does that get us? Oh, fuck. So Dr. OK still wins it. Hmm. Hmm. So the white line's the finish line. Where do you want to be? Slightly above? It doesn't matter if you snipe somebody. I mean, this far out, it doesn't matter. You have just about as much chance of losing it. Uh, 59.90. 50, if I can read correctly. How about 58.83? I'll give you the midpoint. Be better for your odds of winning. I can give you 87 if you want. I was just dragging it up. I think somewhere around 3 to 5 is the midpoint, if that's what you're trying to do. Yeah, I think, yeah. I'll go with 4. No, it's all good. It actually gives you a better chance of winning, too. Because if you snipe them, you get all the headroom, but you have no room for below. Whereas if you do this, you got all the headroom closer to okay, and it gives you actually more ground. Whereas the doctor would have half and you would have half. And so actually you're in a better position. Unless it lands directly on G-Stonk, then well, yeah. Perfect. No, Squirrel hasn't come by yet. Okay. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. All right. So I got 15, 20 minutes, if I could do the math, to figure out where I want to be. It's a little hard here. I still think it's going to go up. But then, you know, if we try to break new highs, which is 59.36, then it's going to go two ways, either profit taking or people are going to floor it. And it's like, and we can see that they're trying to take their profits a little early, but then that means we could run out of paper hands and then it goes into a run. So it's like, it's fucking hard to tell where this baby's going to go. Definitely still looks like it's going to run up. It's looking like it. So I think they're going to just give it a push, which the Reddit chat would be nice to look at right now. It's probably just like blah, 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 rocket, 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 banana, banana, lewd messaging. But it would give us an idea of how committed they are. The safe bet would be where my mouse is, 57.70. But I think they're going to keep trying to ride the pole at some amount. And then even if they do push down, I think it's going to be here. So, and if they go sideways, they'll push up. So either way, I'm kind of feeling this or feeling this. Once it gets over here, fuck it. You know, those are in the clouds. But either Freedom's going to get it because it's going to land here, which is where I could put myself, or it's definitely going to land up in here, but I don't know where. I have to pick my poison because this area is a little full. Kind of like, yeah, I do like this area here. But the more red I keep seeing, keeps dwindling this line. There's nothing saying. We got like a whole 40 minutes. There's nothing saying they can't pull it off. Yeah, I don't know. 57, 57.88. Yeah, see, that's a smart call too. I'll figure it out. I got 15 minutes to figure this out. Well, I'm definitely going to hold in overnight, though. That's faux show. I think Tuesday's going to be fine. So I follow a few people on Facebook, and one of them had to cancel their stream because they live in Washington State and none of the houses have AC, and the house is now at 92 Fahrenheit, and she's probably getting thermal overload on her computer. It sucks. Man, I sat in a 53 degrees Celsius room with the window open. It was so hot. I walked in with a glass full of ice and it melted before I drank it. Like almost, I wouldn't say instantaneous, but pretty close. I remember drinking liquids. I was feeling sick because I had heat stroke. I'm not sweating. And then I start drinking and I immediately am soaking wet and then I'm dry. It's like it was immediate response. The body lets out water and then it's like it dries up. It was so freaking hot. But man, don't give me that trouble. Call me when 1 second. Hey Google. Hey Google. What's 53 Celsius to Fahrenheit? 127 Fahrenheit. Yeah. Call me when it hits that. Man, that was brutal. No. No. Justin. Yep. Thanks, Google. So Google thought it wanted me to be called by the temperature. And I'm like, no, Google, don't change my name to the temp. No. No. Still listening to me. Stop listening. There we go. Jesus. So anyways, yeah, when it hits 127 Fahrenheit, call me because, man, that's brutal. But the computer was basically superheating the room and it was like 28 outside and the computer's pumping out like 100 degrees Celsius temperature. And man, that thing would shut down mid game. You'd have thermal overload and you'd just be like, oh, the game's starting to lag a bit. Artifacts on the screen. Oh shit, boom. Disconnected from the server. Then you're like, oh, wipe off like 6 pounds of sweat. Go get a drink while the computer reboots. And then you're like, okay, get back in the server. I think at that time I was playing Battlefield 2, I think was what it was. So it wasn't a big deal when you died, but damn. And those were old CPUs that used to pull like 120 watts worth of power. So they just pump out the heat. And then your GPU's not caring either. It's like, oh man, those were the college days. Couldn't afford AC. Fuck. That was brutal. Yeah. Canada gets basically -40 to +40, but generally we go -28 to +28. 32 is pretty hot by Ontario standards, but it's a large country, right? It's like, saying, California versus Texas versus Michigan, right? Now we have a lot less temperature variance because no one lives in the Arctic, but we can go from Michigan weather, Washington weather, New York weather to God help you, it's so cold, you want to die weather to further up. But anyone that knows anything about cold, it's the wind. And -50 is fucking cold, but -50 with wind is death. -40 with wind, death. -20 with wind, painful, but not death. So as long as there's no wind, cold is very bearable. Same with heat. As long as you're not in direct sunlight and there's a light breeze, you're good. As soon as it stops moving, not so good. But that's because evaporative cooling needs wind. It needs some type of air to help evaporate. Anyways, so yeah, basically -40 to +40 is our extremes, but it's somewhere around 28 to 28 is our norms. So in winter, it's easily -30 something sometimes. And in summer, it's negative or +30 something in times. That's why Canadians check the weather like every friggin' day, because it changes every day. Tomorrow, it could probably be -20. Like, it's shit like that. It's, like, oh, great, it's summer, and it's -18. Like, oh, okay, well, so much for that. All my plants are dead. Like, fuck me. So, it looks like it's reattaching itself to the line. Jeez. Yeah. Now, is it going to carry, though? So this is what I was saying. It's like, I really feel like it's going to go to the line, but I don't know if that can carry all the way to the end of the day. And I highly doubt it will, because we generally only get like, a run. But that's exactly an hour. That's an hour. This is 30 minutes. This is a little different because it's early day. But the overall trend was 2 hours, basically. So who say we can't eke out, we got a little push down from this red, but we're essentially on the exact same channel, right? We've just been pushed down by the red. So now we're back on the channel. We are zigging and zagging, though, but we did show strength over the channel. So, hard to tell. It's going to be an interesting end of day for sure. I don't think people are going to sell. I think they're going to floor it. Maybe I'll take this gap. I'll take this gap. Yeah, why not? There we go. Just put my hat in the ring. Yeah, because if they go and they floor it, then they're going to ramp way up here. If they go down and floor, this is going to be the new floor, TARDIS. They'll bounce, end up in here, and then I might get it there. If they go up and then they stumble, I might get it as well. Yeah, this one's going to be a little too hard to call. Yeah, we'll see. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, once you get over 38 Celsius, you have to worry about heat stroke. But if you're wearing any clothes, they add about 2 to 5 degrees on you. So you have to basically be like naked, and you could survive 38 plus indefinitely. But if you want to wear clothes, you're going to have to do something to cool yourself down. So lots of liquids, hope you sweat a lot. So fans help with that. But I'm in an air-conditioned place now, so it's a nice 21 degrees, which feels icy every time I come in from outside. Is the squirrel back? No, not yet. But yeah, it's just, geez, it just gave me a flashback back to my college days. Because, yeah, I remember, like, I had to wait for the computer to cool down because I couldn't start it back up. But I would be like, oh, time to go get a drink. And then I'm like, man, I don't feel so good. And then the second I drink any liquids, it's like all your pores open up and you're just sprouting water everywhere because your body was holding on to the last. When you hit a certain point, your body stops sweating to preserve the last bit of water. But the second the water touches your tongue, it's like, oh, new water's coming, and it lets it go. And it's like, wow, it was like instantaneous the second the water touched me. But, you know, it sends off chemical calls, right? Or hormones or whatever. So yeah, that was rough. But eventually, like, you're melding into your seat. Like, I definitely was. I think I was in shorts, no shirt, and I was just soaked all the way through. Like, oh my God. Yeah, I don't miss lack of AC days. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's it. I used to game for like 15 hours a day in the summers. I was top 300 in the world in Rainbow Six Raven Shield. Any realism shooter, I was ace. So when you're top 300 in the world, there's 300 people that are better than you, and the odds of running into them are very low. Although I did meet, I think, the 8th best player in the world, and fuck, if they didn't have kill cams, I swear that guy cheats. But his reaction time was insane. Like, insane. Mine was like I wouldn't say sub second, but it was sub 2 seconds for sure. Like, it was like that, like, is quick. So actually it is sub second. I think I was 0.78 or something. And this guy, fuck, he just pulls, like, I shot him, missed him, just grazed his head by a millimeter. He 180s, crouches, and puts a round in me before I can click again on the mouse. And I was like, what? The guy's a flash. And it's like, I'm good enough to know he wasn't cheating, but it was just like, whew, like before I could even blink, I'm dead. I'm like, wow. Suffice to say, he mopped the whole server, but wow. But aside from that, most players were easy pickings. And usually when you fuck up, they kill you. So the failure of you fucking up is what gets you killed, and not really them. Like, obviously they shoot you, but it's because you didn't do something right. But that guy was insane. That's burned into my memory, how insane that guy was. But you know he wasn't cheating because you could sneak up on him, or you could get one shot off on him, but you had to hit him with the first shot. I think I only killed him once. And every other time he just came out like a fucking ghost out of nowhere, right behind me, you know, or I would see him and before I could pull the trigger, he's already shot me. Like, he's just, holy crap. Yeah, that was so insane. But yeah, anyways, that's what I used to play, realism shooters. But that industry has died with Ubisoft. And, you know, no one's really made a AAA realism shooter. SWAT 4, I was very good at as well. Played Arma for a long time. The only problem with Arma is I found out late that if you have a bad computer, you suck at multiplayer because the characters aren't where you're shooting. So I couldn't hit anything or kill anyone. And I found out it was because I just didn't have enough frame rate and the characters aren't rendering properly and my netcode isn't proper. And it's like, oh, so if you're lagging, they just cut you out and screw you up. Whereas, like, I wasn't lagging that hard. My ping was good, but my frame rate wasn't like 100 frames per second. As soon as I got a new graphics card, I'm fucking killing everyone. And I'm like, but it's because now I'm shooting at the target where he actually is. And I'm like, oh, this game is 1,000 times easier. God, I had no idea. I just thought I sucked because I would get the jump on people and I put a couple rounds in them. Few of them hit their body armor and they would turn around and dust me. And it's like, what? Now I put rounds into people and I punch through the body armor and I'm like, because my shots land beside each other. If you double tap in the same area, the vest is going to fail. And the game renders vests. So grouping is important, or, put 100 rounds into him and the vest will be shredded or he'll be unconscious. Either way. But anyways, yeah, so those were my golden days of gaming. I don't think my body can handle that anymore, but that definitely brings back good memories. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's the same with Counter-Strike. Yeah, Counter-Strike has some nasty hitboxes. They actually, old school hitboxes were actually in front of the character. So you actually have to aim ahead of the character because that's where their hitbox is, even though Counter-Strike uses laser weapons. So the second you fire, it immediately detects if it's a hit or a miss. There's no bullet travel time. And so where Arma, there's bullet travel time. Every single one of those bullets are traveling in the air. Unless it's like a minigun or a machine gun, and I think they simulate like every third bullet. And they just give it like an AoE of some sort. Because, man, if you fired a minigun and it's putting out 6,000 rounds and you're going to track all of those on multiplayer, yeah, no. But yeah, I remember Counter-Strike. So they would put the box ahead of the character. And if you're shooting, you aim at the character, you miss if your netcode's not fast enough. Because the hitbox isn't actually where it is. And Team Fortress had the same problem. And I think Battlefield 1942 did as well. You could shoot through people's fingers, or you could shoot beside them and hit their feet. And so, because their hitboxes were so big, you could just like shoot between their legs and hit them as well. But it's not really a big deal when you're not engaging at close quarters. Now, Rainbow Six, Raven Shield, I remember had hitboxes that were skin tight. And I remember firing a round between his ear and his shoulder, right through the corner of his neck, just right through, and didn't hit him because the hitboxes are skin tight. And I was like, fuck. I actually vividly remember that one because I was like, what the hell? He turns to his left, so the second shot goes right through his jaw or ear. But the first shot was like, whoop. The second shot was like, all I could see was the side of his head because I had an AGOG 2.5 times, I believe, or 2.6. And he just turns and all of a sudden it's just his fucking eyeball ear filling up my entire screen. But shit. Yeah, that game was great. You had to hit people. You had to hit them good. No body armor simulation. Or no, wait, there was body armor simulation. If you had a silenced subsonic pistol and someone was wearing body armor, good luck. He would just wiggle. You had to hit him at like point blank. It wouldn't go through his body armor. But in close quarter combat, it's hardly an issue. It's the difference between injured and dead on the first shot. But like an M16, you just do a 3-round burst and he's gone. It doesn't matter. Pull the trigger, he's gone. And, that's the point. That's what makes those games good. You don't have to guess if you killed him. He's done. He's falling, and you can engage the next target immediately afterwards. Yeah. So anyways, I miss those days. Miss those days for sure. Oh, man, it is all over the place. So it looks like it's still trending up. So with the little push down from the red, it's still following. And so if this is a push down from the red, it might still be following this. But if it keeps pushing down, we'll see who wins. It might even stay in channel and go up. Yeah. If you remember Battlefield 1942, you would actually run across my original community. So I ran the Sir community, and I did stunting, where you used to jump jeeps and fly airplanes upside down. That was a 400-person community back in the day. That's how I got my start. And I was running that when I was 8 to 12 years old. So yeah, if you remember Battlefield 1942, then you definitely know me, the childhood version of me. That was my most famous claim to fame. Yeah. Made some game magazines. It was quite good. But that was me exercising my creativity. I'm like, I can make these Jeeps jump. And if we find certain places, we can make them jump even further. And we just went to town. Man, some of them you can get across the map. It was great. There was entire servers just for stunting. No combat. Yeah. I think the later part of my community might have. I think so. Yeah. So BF2 was my community for a bit, and then I lost control of my community. It got taken over by a really aggressive American who cut me out and did a whole bunch of nasty stuff and tried to sue me and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, I lost control of my community in the later end of it. But I think I recall Battle Racer. So that wouldn't have been me driven, but that was the throes of my community. Yeah, when I started in motion. Yeah, I remember it started with like 5 people, and we were just playing on a server, and then we showed it to other people, and then it caught on. Then we had entire servers, and it was just so popular because it was just so fun, you know, flying around, shooting things in the air. And it's like, yeah, it's good. And once you made a few videos, everyone wanted to get in on it. So we, when Red versus Blue was new, right, we were doing machinima as well, but in Battlefield 1942. So we're making full-length movies and music videos, and it was great. Yeah. Those videos might still be floating around on the internet. But yeah, it was the Sir community. That's my original claim to fame. I think they kept going after Battlefield 2, but it's probably dead now. But that's why I'm Sir Polaris. And that's why my gamer tag's always Sir, because that was my biggest claim. Yeah. Yeah, it's so good. Anyways, good times. So one day I'll get my gaming community wings back on. I think what I might do is get into like, I wouldn't say Elite Dangerous, but something similar to it. Or Star Citizen if it ever, you know, fucking releases. Or did Star Citizen release? I don't know. I want a good space sim to sink my teeth into. It's something that at least has fairly good damaging weapons, because I spent so much time in Freelancer, and you do sector control, you do patrols. I'm not very good at flying airplanes because I crash into the earth a lot because gravity is, you know, a bitch. But I'm great with helicopters. Amazing with helicopters, actually. I shouldn't say great. I am fucking good with helicopters because I hug the earth, pop out of trees. You know, I can shoot down airplanes in a helicopter. It's just a matter of, you know, managing your terrain and managing their angles, because they got to fly in giant circles. You can spin on a dime. A helicopter actually, as much as you get snagged by a missile a bazillion miles away, a helicopter can easily take out a friggin' airplane. Especially if the airplane doesn't know you're there. Although you do kind of pop up on radar, and you do produce a lot of heat. But you can always turn yourself on a dime. So it's advantage is yours, especially at short ranges. Anyways, so yeah, I was thinking of getting into like a hardcore flight sim in space. You know, build up your empire, have your stations, you know, sink some time into it. I've always wanted to do that. You know, Arma's pretty good for battlefield control, and you can get a really good community in Arma, and, you know, run simulations, run drills, you know, instruction, helicopter, close air support, you name it, right? And you can get a really good team together. You got yourself a small army. But I really like space. So, and then if there's an economy, then you can have miners, and you can have, you know, supply lines and logistics without playing Eve, because Eve is like click. I want, you know, human powered shooting so that it at least has an element of skill. So, yeah. Anyways, so that's definitely what I think my future entails. I've just been too busy with personal projects and lately my health, but I think that's where I'm headed. Son of a bitch. I was hoping that last red wouldn't be so bad. I might still get it. I might still get it with the last push. I might have, Augie. I did a lot of videos. Yeah, I think we did about 5 major videos. Our logo was the yellow Jeep on a ramp that almost looked like a smiley face. It was the yellow street sign, ramp of a Jeep. Yeah, and even if the video wasn't produced by us, chances are we helped with it because we had all these extras and cast. We had like 400 members. And so at any given time, 20 to 30 to 50 of them are online. And so we can pump out a video, right? So, yeah, because a lot of it too, you need a lot of cast to move the vehicles around, stage the shots. I would love to get back into machinima. But there's no good games for it. You have to have a game that allows you to do a floating cam. And then 2, you need one that allows you to remove HUD. And then have a player base over, 10, right? And hopefully a map that has, more than 2 meters worth of space, right? Well, it wasn't a channel. The group is the Sir community. It's not a channel. Yeah, SIR dot. Because I wanted a clan tag that wouldn't interfere with other clan tags. So people would have their silly bracket XL, whatever. And then it'd be Sir Polaris, Sir whoever. Yeah. Yeah, it worked out pretty good. Yes, they were. Yes. Yes, way back in the day. Yeah. Yeah, I remember we had 1.2 million views back when million was important to YouTube. Yeah, we were pretty big back in the day. Like we were hits and famous and we showed up on the top viewed things. Like it was definitely a lot for a 12-year-old kid. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, that's my past, at least on the digital world. It's my most famous thing. And my next most famous thing is going to be taking over the city of Ottawa with pothole scanning, digitalizing the buses, and otherwise cutting out the filth that is shitty politicians and bureaucracy. And that is where I'm going next. But there's so many skills you have to learn. Like I had to learn electronics. I knew nothing about them 2 years ago. Now I can do it. Soldering, electricity. I'm a software programmer, but I didn't know microcontrollers. Learned that. Learned web programming because no one would help me. So it's like, you just have to learn so much. It sucks. Yes. Well, I wouldn't call it an uprising. Think of it as more of a, how to say it, a cultural shift at gunpoint. I wouldn't call it an armed robbery. Think of it as a negotiation with a gun. Oh yeah. I'm not robbing you. I'm just unburdening you from your possessions at gunpoint. Yeah. I wouldn't mind getting into politics, but with my health, I can't take stress. Like I'm immune to stress, but my body's no longer immune to stress. And so I fall apart when there's any environmental stress. If it's too hot, too cold, if I don't eat right or eat at the right time, like I just fall apart. It's like, fuck, this has to get under control before I can get up there on a podium and tell people they're stupid. Because I'll fall apart or won't be able to get to that meeting. And it's like, yeah. But yeah, politics I've always wanted to get into. My parents keep telling me I'm stupid. But now that I get older, it's like, man, It's not about being stupid. It's just being less stupid than the other guy. Yeah. Stocks are not stressful. Not at all. Not for me. And I had to explain that to the insurance company. They're like, you claim you have a stress illness, because that's the best way to describe it, and you trade stocks? And I'm like, yeah, but you can walk away from stocks. You can just take a dirt nap for 3 years and come back and have money. The real stress is, having to win, trying to win. If you don't worry about winning, it's not stressful at all. So, yeah, where is Daryl? I haven't seen him in a while. You're right. No, I definitely wouldn't mind politics. And the people you have to deal with, are some of them are pretty brutal. Like you deal with the dredges of society that don't have day jobs, right? But I know the people that do have jobs, and what I would be doing is making society worse for the dredges and better for the middle class that basically, or even the rich. I don't really care. I got nothing against rich people, but as long as they pay their taxes. But it's all the people that don't have the time to get into politics, right? You'd be fighting the fight for them, kind of. Because the people that get into politics are the ones that don't have anything else to do in their life. And so politics is dominated by these people that don't work, are on disability, are getting tons of money, right? They have all this free time. And so you go to any town hall and you're like, you're not getting represented. The middle class is not being represented here. It's the angry poor all the time. Sometimes the filthy rich show up, but rarely, right? So it's like, yeah. So I wouldn't mind, just ignoring the super poor and representing the people that are the unspoken group, because they're getting fucked like all the time. Hell, I'm them. I'm getting fucked all the time. So it's like, let's fix that. I help you, but ultimately I'm really just helping myself. But I know from being a technologist, it's not friggin' hard to digitalize a city. But the reason they don't do it is because they don't know how. And the only people that would do it would charge $1 million bazillion. I can friggin' put sensors up for less than $100, but then, they're going to charge $1,000 per sensor because they can. So it's like, but if I'm in politics, I can tender myself that. So, or find people that I can just give it to who are I wouldn't say as smart as me, but along the same intelligence bandwagon, right? Fuck, I should have took that lower shot. Damn it. All right, so we're in the last 15 minutes. This line is nowhere close to where it should be for some reason. Okay. So, we're getting there. Oh, yeah, you're right, Backstop. You're right. I think I remember that too. Yeah. Yeah. The problem with China's digital city is all the digitalization is a means of control. So anything they give you is a means to take from you. Whereas digitalization in the West, I couldn't do that, or I'd be nailed to the cross on privacy and data crap. And two, nobody cares. So even if I did do it, there's no economic value in it, right? But China does it as a means of control. So all your payments are routed through WeChat. All your messages are read through WeChat. All your money is digital, because that way I can monitor the second you pay and where it's from, where that money's going. How did you get that money, right? So it's all, oh, I'm giving you all these features, but really what I'm doing is watching every second and every moment of your life for deviancy. And then in the West, especially in the States, they try to avoid that because World War II was a thing, And so I like the government watching what we do, because if it can't see, it can't help, right? But a lot of people take the role that the government is malicious and evil, and the more it sees, the more it's going to try to screw you. And I wouldn't say that's true. I would say that the government works with the worst amount of data and tries to do its best, but because it knows nothing, it does nothing, right? And so there needs to be a balance between you broadcasting your data to the world and the government being able to be benevolent versus malevolent. And anyways, so that's where I come in, at least for the city of Ottawa. I'm going to start making a little bit more benevolent government. Corporations do it all the time. Why the hell can't a nonprofit organization spend good money on making your life better and not for profit? Because you don't need to make money off of people that are struggling, right? Not good business sense, but I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to gut my fellow countrymen, right? Because I see a lot of like emergency medical. They suck. A kid's drowning in the water and they're getting a phone call. You can have a drone sitting on the coastline. It fires up, flies. You got a UAV up, slap on some VR. You got full intelligence. You have a laser marker pointing out the drowning kid. There's no guessing. You know exactly what you need, how many people you need, where the problem is. You can fully assess it, digitalize that, send it to 1 million people. It's like, why don't they have an integrated command and control system for emergencies? Like, why isn't all your phones able to provide data sources? And they're like, wow, that's a new idea. And it's like, Jesus, it's the military from 1998 calling. They've had this forever, but the government here is so slow and so stupid. And so it's like, but the good news is it's already been done. So all I got to do is rehash it, and they're going to be like, wow, it's new. And you're like, damn Skippy. And it's been tested for like 40 years. There's nothing new about it. But that's the road I'm heading down. Eventually, I'm going to get into VR and do a full command and control. It's always been my dream to build a full C4, command, control, communications, and whatever the other fourth one is. Communications and... Oh, no, it's C3. Yeah, there's 4. C3. C3 is command, control, and communications. And the fourth one... Command, control, communications. Ah, shit. I don't know what the fourth one is. I used to know this. So it's C4 and then ISR, which is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And so that's your intelligence wagon attached to it. And the government of Canada, defense at least, without selling state secrets here, is definitely way behind the States and probably on par or behind, I would say, Europe. Europe is kind of, but the States is light years ahead on this sort of stuff. And even if you took a smidgen of that, what the US has, and put it on the civilian market, you're good to go. I've seen video games with more tech than the military has. And it's like, we can turn that around. There's money to be made here. So that's where I'm headed. So, yeah. Yeah, well, the drones would be nice because, like, say someone's drowning, right, in a river, a big river. You have eyes on the subject within minutes, right? And the drones can be just stationed. They fire up. You can do it with DJI drones. You can autopilot them. They fly up to a certain altitude. They move on to the target. The river doesn't have any trees. There's nothing to worry about. No airplanes you're going to hit. You may hit paragliders, but you can have it do avoidance control or have a speaker on it, make a lot of noise. I don't really care. But there's so many things you can do, right? You're out camping and, you get lost. You SOS and there's a drone on you. They can assess the medical condition right there and then because they got eyeballs on you, right? So the biggest problem with that, though, is radio coverage. So you can't send a drone 20 kilometers away because you need radio pickup. And for military, it's not a problem. For a city, it can be a problem. But cities have put in radio towers for their police comms, their CB radios and all that sort of stuff. So you can hijack those or piggyback on them to do your drone network. And you can even get a citywide Wi-Fi going, and then you can piggyback that for all your digital infrastructure and even sell the Wi-Fi, all over the place for cash. So there's so much money to be made. It's just I got to get my health in order to friggin' do it. The biggest roadblock is the politicians. They don't want to do it because they don't understand it. So you have to do it, show it to them, and they'll go, fuck yeah, that's great. How many can I buy, right? So, but by that point, you have to have a finished product that you built with $0 of investment, right? So it's like, fuck these guys. They want it all, but they don't want to pay for it. So anyways, we'll get there. The city will get there. And once you do it in one city, then it's easy to sell to other cities. So, yeah. Exactly. Well, you also have Google in the States. So Google's put in a lot of fiber infrastructure because Google wants to basically suck up all the data from all the people from everywhere. And to do so, you need Wi-Fi everywhere. The same reason why I think Facebook has satellites that beam into, I think, Malaysia and Indonesia and gives them a rural internet, much like Elon's doing with the Starlink, so that he can have his Teslas linked to a network, right? And that's the whole idea. You put up your own, constellation of Wi-Fi, but it's not Wi-Fi, but you get the idea, right? So the problem with those is satellite data is expensive, and two, it's slow and bandwidth is low. Like we're talking megabits at best. So you're not going to be really getting much more than telemetry. But if you're steering a drone and you're not doing it in like 1080p, yeah, you could pull it off. You could pull it off with radio signals. The video feed would be, has to come in probably every fifth frame, but you can pull it off with radio. Yeah. 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 And you're right. Amazon did do it as well. Yeah. Yeah. Mesh networks are impressive. And that's really how I would do my digitalization in a city, because cities have a problem with dead zones because of all the buildings, right? Especially like corporate buildings, right? You're not going to put any repeaters in them. So they get around it by putting repeaters that are public, that just repeat all signals all over the place. But if you're putting down your own network that no one's going to let you friggin' do, then you just put down a private mesh network. And as long as they're, within 30 meters of each other or a block, they're all powering each other. So as long as one doesn't go down and you lose the whole Christmas lights, they're all feeding each other. And so you just keep adding density, and that adds redundancy. And there you go. Life is good. It doesn't look like I'm going to win it. It might be TARDIS again. Or Zeus is going to solidify his lead. And Squirrel hasn't come back yet. I wonder if that's frozen. Let's check. Nope. There's a car driving by. Not frozen yet. So. Oh, underground wiring is so much better. I agree. But of course, that is unapproachable for what I'm doing. Like one of the things I want to do is wire up a bus stop so that you'll have real-time information at the bus stop about the next bus. And then I provide the service that for reporting missing buses. So I'm displaying the data, but I'm displaying my data, and my data is the most updated data because I'm the only one doing the damn service, right? So I'm cornering the market. You don't even have to open your phone, right? But the problem with that is these buses stops are nowhere close to anything, right? But they're spaced out in such a way that I can mesh them together for the most part. So it might be the case of just taking over every bus stop, and I would have, there's 3,000 bus stops, but it might be doable. Plus they have the building infrastructure. So I can mount the stuff to the roof, right? I can put the solar panels up or whatever, or to the post. It's already there. The only problem with bus stops is they're keen on being vandalized, right? So anything you put outside is going to have to be armored to the tits because someone's going to smash it. But I could also just make it low budget. Like it's only $100 or less. So if they smash it, who cares? It's not like it's a $500 or $800 LCD TV, you know, it's $30 and a $12 computer. So, yeah. Yeah, good times. Good sub conversation. Okay, so we're now down to the last 5 minutes. Well, 3 minutes. Yeah, the Excel sheet does look pretty to look at. I saw it a week ago and I was like, ooh, fancy. Yeah, that's something I got to do. I got to start portfolioing out my money a little bit more. But I'm an all-in kind of guy, so I only have one stock I need to watch. But I would like to get some of my holdings spread out for sure. That's on my list, especially if I accumulate more than 60,000. I'm going to start spreading it out so it at least gets stabilized. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Still no squirrel. Well, the squirrels are going to like the squirrel cam because at least they're getting fed. Yep. Yeah. All right. So we're selling off slightly. So it looks like TARDIS might get it again. Jeez, TARDIS. 4 times per se in a row. Even with the aftermarket changing, if you nail it, that'd be. I don't know what a 4 is in hockey. A quad trick. Damn. Either that or Zeus is going to solidify his title, and then someone's going to have to win 5 times to beat him. He's going to stay the king. TARDIS has 2 wins. He won yesterday. No, he won yesterday, but we had to take it from him because it settled. And I go with the end of day at once it settles. So he won until the market changed. But going forward, whatever it is at the end of the day, we're just going to go with that. So if it does change, we don't have to keep moving it around. Because I had to do that, I think, for May once. I did it to Stacy. And to continue to be fair, I did it to TARDIS. But obviously, it's not a fun experience for me. So we'll go with, the average, or we'll look at, if there's a big discrepancy, we'll probably just go with TD, whichever one seems more right. But we'll look at the photo finish at Yahoo, at least. We'll figure it out. But whatever we figure out, we'll stick with that. So a golden sombrero. A platinum sombrero. Oh, nice. So five kills is a pentakill, which was popularized in League of Legends, I believe. You took out the whole team. So double kill, multi-kill, which is triple or higher. And then 5 is killing spree in Unreal Tournament. Okay, so down to the last 10. So we're 50 seconds, going on 40 seconds left. So it's Zeus and Tardis. Tardis will get his 3rd win, and Zeus will get now his 4th win, which will mean you have to have 5 wins to beat him. And where are we? 30 seconds. And let's zoom this in because I can't tell who's winning. Okay, last 10 seconds. Yeah, this would be your 4th win, right? Oh, is it going to go to Barry? Is it going to go to Barry? No, I'm pretty sure that's Zeus. Oh, close. Let's see. Current price is 58.05. 58.05 is less than off. Barry was just 1 cent more. It would have been Barry. Sad. And it's now at Tardis in the after hours. 58.5. No, it's back here. Okay, we'll go look at Yahoo. Okay. So it says 02. Anything under 05 or 04 and down is yours. So we're going to give it to Zeus. Well done. So Zeus is now on his 4th win. If we got this right. Yeah, very well done. Yeah, see, I could have, it kind of followed this line, but yeah, didn't happen. Yeah, well, I had a short moment of glory. Well, okay. So you know the drill. You get to set the MOD tomorrow. And let's just take a look at where we are in the pendant. Since we basically wiggled, but we didn't do anything today. 1 month. So we're really running the clock out on this pennant. Like, fuck. So we tried to break out earlier today, which would have been here, right? But that one failed, so then we're now going to adjust. And then with this one. Okay, so this is where we are now. So, yeah, we're just flirting with a breakout. So, yeah, hopefully tomorrow we'll gap up. Or even in the after hours, if we push up. I mean, we're only 80 cents away from a breakout, maybe. Yeah, 70 cents. So that sets us up pretty good for tomorrow. We're at the top of the channel. And then worst case, we're making a bat. So here's your bat. So worst case, we go up to here and we form the bat wing, right, to match this wing. But we're at least going to go up to 66 before we bottom out. Yeah, it's possible we're going to produce a little mountain here and then go. But, I mean, if we produce a little mountain, that little mountain still gets us out. So, yeah, we're looking good for tomorrow. We're riding high. And even the bottoms are going up, right? So regardless which way you slice it, we're heading this way. Yeah. So, yeah, looks good. It was just probably too late in the day to do a run. So basically, you broke out of the pennant, the tight one, but it was like, it's too late. But that should play out good tomorrow. So we'll see. All right. Well, see you all tomorrow. And I'll set up the squirrel cam so you can watch it on Discord. And we can see if he comes by for his munchies later. All right. See ya. Oh, Good games, and thanks for coming out.